All right, welcome to the stream. Oh shit, I gotta turn the light on. All right, sorry about that. Welcome to the stream. What's up, ATF Media, Bob Brown, Kabadi. What's up, Scott? Humble King, it's me, Jeremy. Hold on, let me get this down. Here we go. All right, welcome to the stream. Hang on. Sorry. All right, I'm discombobulated a little bit. All right, here we go. So this morning we're going to watch classic Memphis wrestling, September 13th through the 27th in Memphis, CWA. Tommy Rich enters the territory here. This afternoon I won't be here. I'm going to be doing a pre-rehab interview with the Bethadone Clinic. I think she goes in on like Monday or Tuesday. I don't know. I'll sort that out. I'll get that answer in the interview. But I will be back Monday for Eric McHenry. I think it's part 29 maybe in that deep dive. We got to do a Heathen update too. Heathen's really there's no stopping the Heathen. Like every day there's new quality Heathen content. It's hard to keep up with. In any case though, I think that's all the news I have for you. I still haven't heard from Jeannie Wasung or Kelly McCart, so let's see how that works out. But in any case, here we go. Memphis Wrestling, September 3rd, 1980. Here we go. Heathen update, he's still an uninteresting loser. Well, it can't all be when a guy on QVC farts one time 25 years ago. ATF Media. I can't wait for Tommy Rich.
Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown right along ringside, all ready to go with another big championship wrestling. Son of a gun, I love it.
Tell you what, opening match today, Tony Boyles will be in here. He will be going against Tommy Rich.
Oh my God! Guess who's on this card? It's fucking crazy. Lou Thesz. Lou Thesz is on this card. I don't know why. I just think that's wild as hell. Lou Thesz in a random Memphis match.
Then it's going to be Carl Fergie and Mike Maroney teamed up.
Carl
against a
Fergie.
brand new tag team in the area from New York City, Tom Stanton and Frank Savage. They are big.
Ooh,
yes,
boy,
indeed.
I tell you.
Then coming up, single match, David Oswald will be going against the great Lou Thesz. Bub Smith goes against superstar Bill Dundee, Sonny King, and David.
Did he say Bub Smith? That would be awesome for G. Thanks. A Day in the Life of a K. I think I have that one on my list. Maybe I almost have enough for like an exclusive Kmart thing. It actually started because we were talking about the K Cafe the other day, and I started looking up videos on Kmart.
David McGee team against the Gilberts, Tommy and Eddie. Dr. Bill Irwin against Tojo Yamamoto. Sound like some fine matches
Some
today.
heavyweight stuff coming up here on Championship Wrestling. And
Tojo.
I'll tell you, with all of that, we better get to it. You stay right where you are. Maybe get a friend to join you right now. We're going to be back with the opening bout on Championship Wrestling in just a moment.
Van Halen shirt. Whoa. That guy had all of his kids like sitting in order of height. Man, people used to really have their kids in order, dude. He's like, all right now, kids, line up in order of in order of height.
A one-fall, 15-minute time limit match coming up. Introducing on the right of your...
You just watched a K Cafe video? I like the idea of doing a retail episode. I figure we could do a retail episode and then like a restaurant episode. We watched that really cool video of where they were teaching you how to not overserve people, but it got shut down because that guy showed his dick in the video before.
Screen.
Yeah, I see it. Tommy Rich. Yeah. Making big noise about his Southern heavyweight title that he has now.
Somebody say fired up.
He's got the belt in hand. On the right of your screen from Arkansas at 191 pounds, this is Tony Boyles. And going against him from Hendersonville, Tennessee,
Tony Boyles.
228 pounds, Tommy Rich. One fall, 15-minute time limit match. Referee is Paul Morton.
Tony still hasn't gotten his jacket off. The referee talking to him, giving him some more. Whoa!
Hey, Kevin Murray, what's up, man?
Right away, firing, Dave.
Yeah, Tony didn't even get his jacket off, his warm-up jacket. Tommy Rich smacked him. Tony whipped into the rope. Rich into the corner after him. Reversal by Tony Boyles. Tony braced himself. Got Rich off his feet. Down on the mat. Shoulders are down. Referee starts to count. Got a 2 count.
Get that jacket off. I think they serve the ability to rent U-Haul trucks or self-store in the parking lot from what I've seen.
Tommy Rich able to get the right shoulder up without any trouble, but almost surprised there by Tony Boyles.
I got to grab my other weed.
If he had gotten one more count, Mr. Rich would have lost.
Yeah, that's true.
Warm-up jacket off now by Tony Boyles. 45 seconds into the action already. Tommy Rich with the headlock. He's got Boyles on the mat. Pretty much where he wants him at this stage, I would think. Hey, didn't want that. Tony Boyles converts to a head scissors. Rich kicks out of it, up on his feet. Tony with good speed. Has been impressive. Just about every time we've seen him.
Was there even a difference with the Super Kmart?
Competition of the caliber of Tommy Rich.
Or was it just like them trying to compete with like the Super Walmarts? Because Super Walmarts or Walmart superstores are fundamentally different than regular Walmarts. They have a different selection of items. They have a different layout. But I think all Kmarts, I remember them being pretty much the same. Yeah, September 13th, and then we'll watch the 20th and then the 27th. I thought it was the 24th, but it's not 27th. So September 13th, 20th, and 27th today.
Boy,
1980, yeah. Bullshit.
Referee Paul Morton with a routine check with Tommy Rich. Possible submission. Tommy Rich says, Rich, suplex. Puts Tony Boyles hard on the mat. There's a cover, 1. 2 count is all he gets. Tommy upset. Tommy thought maybe the referee counted a little slow, and he should have had 1, 2, 3, a little faster count there. Cuts his legs out from under him.
I've changed? How so?
Boyles successfully moved Rich back into the rope to the point where...
What are you talking about? I didn't mind what at first? What are you talking about?
The referee called for a break on the hold. We're 3 minutes into the action. Back on the referee calls for a break.
What's up, Farthammer?
Boyles stepping away. Nailed him with that forearm just so quick.
Yeah, I think Boyles has a friend in the front office that's getting in having the ref slow count Tommy Rich.
Up in the air, Tony Boyles. Body slammed by Tommy Rich. Rich with the suplex. Now he goes for the cover. 1. Count of 2. Tony Boyles still alive in there. Rich with that elbow pad. Smacked him right in the top of the head. Count of 2, 3. That's it.
Oh my God, Ruby came by Bethadone's chat earlier, and like, of course, Bethadone's chat is almost insufferable the majority of the time. And Ruby came in and she was like, "Hey everybody, smash that like button." I was like, "Dude, Ruby, you're in the. This is not your section of YouTube. We don't do that here."
3 minutes 41 seconds the time on it.
Watching it rain.
And the official winner is going to be Tommy Rich.
On the plus side, that since it is Friday, that means the beverage cart trad will be clocking in if she hasn't already.
Tuesday night, right there in the Louisville Gardens. Boy, I'll tell you, some kind of action and a half coming up. And one of the bouts that you're going to see is a return of Jerry the King Lawler in a cast match. Now, you'll understand this whole thing
Cast
a little
match.
better. I got the King right here. And when we did the TV show, Jerry, you were inclined not to even have anything to do with Carl Krupp, which I thought was a good idea. But you've had second thoughts.
Well, you know, the more I got to thinking about that guy, he said he wants me real bad because of what I did to Hart. Well,
She is up now. I figured.
As much, nowhere.
Like she is very extremely like hardworking. She hustles.
Near as much as I'd like to get my hands on Krupp because, you know, a few months or so ago, when I came back, he jumped in the ring and re-injured my leg, and if it wasn't for Krupp, I'd probably be well now. So I came up with the idea, because I'm not fooling myself or anybody out there. My leg is not healed enough to wrestle any wrestler. Sure, I can handle Jimmy Hart, but not a guy like Krupp.
He looks real weird here. I don't know, Lawler in these old videos, it seems like his looks drastically change sometimes. I mean, he looks like a... I don't even know. I mean, I know what I want to say, but I don't know how to, like, articulate it. I don't know how to explain it.
Unless I went and had my leg put back in one of those big, thick, heavy protective casts. Now, Krupp said he wanted me under any conditions, and that's the condition. I'll do that. I'll have my leg put in a cast, and I'll get in the ring in Louisville Gardens if Krupp does the same thing.
Yeah.
And he agreed to it.
He agreed to it.
So we're going to be down there, and it's going to be all even. We'll both have a little bit of a disadvantage, but we'll see, Krupp, how much you want me.
Take care, man. Tuesday night, you will have a chance to see that.
Hey, Hugh Scanlon.
Gets in there going with the King. And another one that I think everybody's going to fully understand.
See, like, Bill Dundee here just looks like he's some random soccer player or something with this outfit on.
And just a few more minutes is when Bill Dundee and Tojo Yamamoto will be going against Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe. This is going to be an
Ooh,
official match.
Gypsy Joe. Interesting. Remember New Jack versus Gypsy Joe?
The one that they'll see on TV was unofficial. But
That's right, Lance. I just got one thing to say to Bill Irwin. I was starting to believe that you was as big and bad as you said you was, but you're no different, Jack. You had Gypsy Joe standing out behind that door. Yeah, and you told him, if I get into trouble with that little squirt, come to the rescue. Well, I got a partner, Daddy. It's more tougher than Gypsy Joe and you put together. Tojo
Both of them in a leg cast.
Yamamoto and the superstar, Jack. For every bit of blood I spill, you're going to spill too, Daddy, and that's a promise.
well, we'll be looking for Tojo and superstar Bill Dundee Tuesday night. Regardless of any personal feelings we might have about it.
Yeah.
Make it possible for a new
Somebody say fired up. Somebody say wildfire.
on Championship Wrestling, the new Southern Heavyweight Champion, Tommy Wildfire.
Wow, he's already got the CW. That's the equivalent, right, to the CWA title at this time.
Rich. You've got yourself the belt, which you said you were going to get.
I got the looks. I got the predictions, just like I said. Babe Ruth predicted. Muhammad Ali predicted. And now Tommy Richards predicted. Let me tell you something, Valiant. You know what he's hot about? You know what he's hot about, Lance? I heard him out here calling me Wildflower. He can call all kinds
Somebody say wildflower.
of names. But you know what he talks about all his pretty ladies to begin with. I seen him in town with two of the biggest hauls the other day, Mr. Jimmy Valiant. So all he ever had was the Southern Heavyweight title.
Oh, Gypsy Joe, yeah. He got it. Man, that match with New Jack was crazy. He wrestled somebody for Pondo in West Virginia, but I can't remember who it was.
And I took it. You ought to be mad. You know, but you claim Jimmy Hart run down. Well, that's a lie, Lance. That's a lie. I beat him fair and square right in the middle of the ring. And he said that I cheated. Jimmy Hart run down and give me something. Well, all it was this fist right here. I put it upside his noggin and knocked him down. And another thing, A return, I don't even, to begin with, it's pointless for a return.
Lollipop
Returns, that's a thing of the past. I beat the man. Billy Robinson's the one I ought to be after now. I ought not have to give you no return, Valiant. I hate your guts, man. As a matter of fact, I don't care nothing about you. You know, I'm the prettiest, the best looking, the best dancer. I can out-dance Valiant. I can outrun him.
He's going to out-dance people?
Fight him. I can out anything. What it amounts to, Valiant can't stand it. He knows. I said I come back to Memphis for one thing. I didn't come back to please nobody. Just like I said, Memphis, Tennessee is a hotbed of wrestling, this part of the area right now. Competition's what it's all about.
What's up,
and that's what I
Duninsky?
come back for. And it don't matter if you got 10 people sitting in your corner, Valiant. You ain't going to beat me. There ain't no way, Daddy. There ain't no way. You can bring Jerry Lawler. You can bring Bill Dundee. You can set ever who you want in the corner, Daddy. But right
Wow.
now, just like I said, I'm number one, Uno, top dog. Valiant, you think about it. And if you change your mind, I'm sure you can call Lance and let him know that you've chickened out, that you decided you don't want no part of Tommy Rich, that you reconsidered and thought it all out, and for your health, for his health, Lance.
Well, I wouldn't hold my breath until Handsome Jimmy ever chickens out on a return match with you, Tommy, but we gave the Southern Heavyweight champ his chance, and there he is. Tommy
I think he just no-sold them.
Wildfire Rich, the new Southern Heavyweight
And
champ.
what did I say? I said when I walked out that I would be the champion, didn't I, Lance?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I am. And I don't care. As a matter of fact, I don't want or need nobody behind me. Because just like I said, I'm doing it on my own. The new Great White Hope, Daddy. Number one.
The new Great White Hope, Wildfire Tommy Rich.
One, and don't you
Somebody say
forget it,
Great
baby,
White Hope.
Because I don't care if I have to chase you all over the country. I'm going to go through you as many times as I've got to. Because just like I said, I've got this belt. Now the main
Hey,
belt
Bob
is the
Brown.
World Heavyweight title. Robinson, you better be thinking about it too, Daddy. Because before it's over with, Wildfire, hey, you ever seen a wildfire? Now, if they get it quick, if you get a wildfire quick, you can control it. But once that wildfire gets out of hand, it'll burn up
I feel like that's kind of his thing. Maybe he's having trouble, moving forward. Maybe he doesn't, he's not ready to break the record again.
acres and acres and acres. And that's exactly what's happened. Wildfires went out of control, Daddy. I'm burning everything that gets in my way. Valiant, Dundee, Lawler, and Robinson. I'm coming after all of you.
We'll be thinking major comments, whether it's Memphis, Louisville, Evansville, Lexington, regardless of where it is.
And it ain't a matter of wanting to come to none of them towns either. I'm coming because, just like I said, this is the hotbed of wrestling now, and Wildfire's going to set it all on fire, Daddy.
Okay, fine. Thank you for leaving. We've got more matches coming up. You just heard it.
Emoji
Tommy
Doomer.
Wildfire.
He's rambling, yeah, but I mean, when Wildfire's burning, you can't, can't put it out. What's up, Ronald?
Rich, the new Southern
Emoji
Heavyweight
Doomer.
champ. We got action. We got a brand new team. Let's go to the ring for our next bout. Davey?
All right, everybody's up in the ring ready for this one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. Do have a substitution here on one side of the ring, on the right side. Total of 461 pounds from Atlanta, Georgia, Carl Fergie, and his partner now from Arkansas, instead of Mike Maroney, is David McGee. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. This match going against him at a total of 500.
Why did he say the wrong... Something happened there. They put the wrong name up. They said he was son of somebody with that name, but then they said a different name. Carl Fergie, later on is Lawler's cousin. Later on in the 80s, he comes back, I think, as part of either J.D. Costello or Downtown Bruno's faction with the King gimmick.
From Utah is David McGee. Carl Fergie and his partner now from Arkansas, instead of Mike Maroney,
Son of Mike Maroney.
is David McGee.
David McGee.
He's from Louisville, Kentucky. This match going against him at a total of 515 pounds. From New York City, Tom Stanton and Frank Savage. This is a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. And your referee is Jerry Calhoun.
You know a guy named Mike Maroney?
Just about ready to get underway. Tag team action. Bell sounds, and here we go.
What's up, Yanni?
It's Carl Fergie starting against Tom Stanton. Tom Stanton and Frank Savage. That is Stanton in there right now.
It's almost like watching the Wonder Years.
Both out of New York City, Dave, and as indicated, we mentioned Carl Fergie's a big guy himself, but you can kind of get a comparison in there with Stanton, and Stanton is the smaller of the two guys. So Stanton and Savage, quite a physical-looking team, to say the least.
Rather solid-looking individuals, as a matter of fact. Fergie into the rope. Shoulder box. He came off of there. Steps over. Down to the mat goes Tom Stanton. Stanton on his feet. Fergie rolls into the mat.
No, according to they kind of put these two guys over, Savage and Stanton, at the beginning of the show, so they're making their debut.
Stanton heads for the corner and tags his partner, Frank Savage. Savage jabs Fergie. Couldn't see from, I don't know if he jabbed him in the throat or what.
Short tights are the jobbers,
They
I
made
think.
a jabbing motion
Yeah.
toward the throat or something.
If they're wearing the short trunks, they're cooked in this match.
Here's McGee after the tag by Carl Fergie.
David, the smallest and least experienced of the four guys in the ring now. He just got a little more experience right there, did he?
Sure did. That upper arm. It'll get you experience.
Although
the hard
this
way
period
forward.
in Memphis does seem to have a lot of kind of matches where it's a little bit doubtful.
Savage. Backing him over to the corner. Oh, I see. Referee Jerry
Oh, see, now that was nice. That was good.
Calhoun would not allow the
Referee wasn't
backing him
having
over
it.
to Savage. Backing him over to the corner. Oh, I see. Referee Jerry Calhoun would not allow the tag because Stanton did not have one hand on the turnbuckle.
Yeah, but Vernon Deaton isn't in this match.
Yeah.
ATF. Stop moving the goalposts.
But he moved back to the turnbuckle. Tag is allowed. There's a forearm by Tom Stanton. Oh. McGee really being worked over.
25 times.
Back into the rope. David McGee. Across the ring. Whoa, flying across the ring with that forearm. Tom Stanton.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like you were personally walking past the truck and he kept hitting the lock button, like concerned that you were going to break into his truck. You're saying he was doing it with his key fob.
A head-on collision in the center of the ring. McGee into the ring. Double clothesline by Stanton and Savage. Frank Savage stays in here. Carl Fergie trying to help his partner out, stop that double teaming, or at least get a 2-on-2 instead of 2-on-1. Stanton holding McGee up from outside. Savage clubbing him from inside. Here's Fergie again trying to help him out. 2 minutes, 45 seconds into the action. Savage fires McGee into the turnbuckle.
Hard to tell who the jobber is in this chat. Well, just because you don't look like that doesn't mean anything. Like, there are some people who are, they could think you were like, being paid by a gang stalker or something,
Tag. Stanton staying in there anyway.
Don't worry, though, Daninsky. We got Thesz coming up. Looks like he's been drinking. Absolutely.
Frank Savage, Tom Stanton with a counter. Carl Fergie waiting for him. 3 minutes, 30 seconds gone. A one-fall tag team match. Fergie into the ropes. He had ideas of taking Savage into those ropes. Savage changed the momentum. Frank Savage goes for a headlock. Back close to the corner. Fergie gets the tag on David McGee, his partner. David out of Louisville. 189 pounds worth.
Maybe we'll see a Thesz press.
Oh, knee drop. Savage picks McGee up. Backs into the rope. Flips him across the way.
High angle bear
Bear
hug.
hug up in the air. They got Stanton climbing the rope.
Did you? I'm sure you did see where Cody Turbo told him who Marcus was, and then you commented, and Eric McHenry goes, "How do you two know about Mark Fusion?"
Now Stanton coming in. He drops, covers. 1, 2. This one's all over.
I agree. The match quality, or maybe it's just the roster or whatever, I feel like a lot of people don't like the later 80s Memphis, but I feel like there were very few times that I was ever like checked out of a match, you know. I feel like they went by pretty quick, and they usually had, you know, a reliable jobber or a name you recognized.
Young David McGee
What up, go Hogs?
taking quite a beating at the hands of Tom Stanton and Frank Savage here. And Stanton and Savage, our first look at them, and they come away with a win against Carl Fergie and David McGee. The time on it, 4 minutes, 33 seconds, 4:33.
Hey,
And again,
JC.
the winners, the new team out of New York City, Tom Stanton and Frank Savage. Right now, let's go over to Lance.
Okay, Dave, we just saw our first look, and rather impressive, too. Tom
No, I don't think I've ever seen him in the chat.
Stanton and Frank Savage look like...
He's commented on a couple videos, a couple shorts, but I mean, they were directed toward him. One of them, he told me to stop tagging him, and that he wanted me to no longer speak about Bay Area sports.
A pretty formidable tag team that has come in from New York City into the area.
I've seen a little bit of it. I'm waiting till the whole season's over. That way I can just watch them all in one go.
Of championship
It's
wrestling.
going to be tough, though, because I really want to see the Necro Butcher Samoa Joe match one, but I'm going to wait till the end.
In search of those Southern Tag Team belts, which are prestigious and leading to a world title shot. That's what they've got in their mind. We had a lot of comments about Jerry the King Lawler and his return to the ring, going with Jimmy Hart in there. And, of course, Hart delighted to be able to get the King in the ring. I'm not going to show you the action that took place in there, but I do want to take the time to... Can you guys wait up that side?
Come on, baby!
Just roll the tape. Okay, fine.
I want to see the Renegade one bad, too.
I could not sleep.
I could not eat. I could not sleep. I was attacked by the criminal organization known as Jerry the King Lawler and his court. 300 angry Memphis wrestling fans.
Because I saw my good friend, Mr. Jimmy Hart. The man who is my manager, the man who I love.
There he is, right there.
I saw him get tortured. I mean, he got tortured by Mr. Lawler, Mr. Russell. Mr. Lawler beat him 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring, and he was not satisfied. He had to go and torture the man. And I was kept away from ringside by the police, by opposing wrestlers. I was kept away while this monster, this Mr. Jerry Lawler, beat my good friend into submission to the point where he did not know whether he would recover. He was carried away to a hospital.
Man, look at that crowd.
Mr. Russell. And here we are. My friend with a busted shoulder, his previously broken jaw re-injured again, not being able to talk, not being able to
Oh, there
defend
come the
himself.
shit into the ring.
But here I am, Mr. Russell. I am here. Killer Carl Krupp, the European champion. And I defy I defy Mr. Lawler to come
He would later lose the European title to Dale from Reflection.
into the ring and give me any kind of a match. I challenge you, Mr. Lawler, to step in that ring with me under any condition, with my hands tied behind my back, with my ankles tied. And Mr. Lawler, I will wreak revenge. I will avenge my good friend Jimmy Hart that you had the audacity.
Yeah, plus all the pictures and
to hurt
pins and
trying to destroy
programs.
This 160-pound man, you coward Lawler. I defy you step into the ring with me under any condition, any kind of match, Mr. Lawler. I challenge you, Mr. Lawler, and I want you, Mr. Lawler.
Mr.
And
Lawler.
I will have you, sir. I will have you.
Killer
under
Carl
any condition,
Krupp,
any way,
KKK.
shape, or form. If you are a man, Mr. Lawler, you step into the ring.
Nobody breaks my arm and gets away with it, baby. Tell him, Carl.
Me. If you respect yourself and you want the respect of these people that lie
More monocles,
and
yes.
saw my good friend
You know who could really pull off a monocle? Mr. Stinky Brew.
hurt and applauded when the ambulance came in. When they carried him off a stretcher, these idiots stood around and they applauded and they laughed. They laughed at my good friend like they are laughing now. What kind of people does it take, mister,
Okay,
to have
well,
this rotten, terrible attitude?
okay,
To
Carl.
see a man hurt, to laugh, and to
Yeah,
be
he is.
funny. Well, we will see who will last.
I've heard the one song. I think it was called Keep On Dancing.
See who will be funny when Mr. Lawler himself gets carried out of the ring on a stretcher. Mr. Lawler, you have seen your last day if you dare to accept my challenge.
Okay,
Touch
Carl.
the Lawler.
Carl, Jimmy, I'm sure that the crowd feels that you have a speedy recovery from your injury. Killer Carl Krupp, I'll bet he wants a hold of Lawler. With
Let's bring in Jimmy Hart and have him. We'll just do a. We'll do like a listening party for that Gentry's record, but we'll bring in Jimmy Hart in person to sit in on it.
broken leg.
Ben wearing a monocle. He, though Ben wouldn't be. It wouldn't hit the same with Ben because he would just, you know what I mean. He wouldn't believe in it. Stinky Brew, I think, could really believe in it. Matt with a monocle would be hilarious, especially if he just never acknowledged it or said anything about it. He's got those like owl-like eyes. If he had a monocle, like imagine if people were asking him, but he refused to even like discuss it. Like it was never mentioned on stream at all, but he just always wore it one day.
And of course, Hart, don't forget this. Hart was the one who wanted Lawler in the ring, and Jerry said at the time he wasn't in position to take on any wrestler.
Cody
He could
Rhodes'
do Jimmy Hart
podcast.
up there, and you in fact did.
Well, let me say, I hate that you didn't show the entire tape. I would have liked the people to have got the chance to see that. But they did see Hart on his way to the hospital, and I did
Hard
just hear Krupp out here running his mouth. And the bad thing about it is that I have to stand here now and say that I heard him, and right now that's about all I can do is listen to him because I'm not going to let him goad me into getting in the ring with him.
I tuned into Matt for a few minutes this morning. I was checking in with different people, seeing who was live, and I went to Matt's, and I swear one of the very first things he talked about was having blood in his stool, and I was like, what the hell's going on? And then in the chat, it's just 5 million snafu snap messages to Matt. That's like the whole chat.
Good.
My leg is not well. I couldn't even beat Bub Smith right now. No.
1980, yeah, he definitely has the chubby baby face. Was he a heel in 79 when we watched? I can't remember. I feel like he was.
Wrestler, but I knew Jimmy Hart couldn't break my leg. He can't break a matchstick, much less somebody's leg. So I was safe with Jimmy Hart, but I did, as a matter of fact, I hurt my leg myself a couple times in that match. So let me just say this, Krupp. You can run your mouth all you want to. You're not going to goad me in the ring.
Benny Hill.
But just remember this. The day will come when my leg will be well. One of these days.
I feel like the way his face is here, he'd be a good guy to bring up out of the crowd back in the carnival days of wrestling. He just looks like a guy. He looks like his like face shape and like the like baby fat face reminds me of like just like a you know, like a Dust Bowl farmhand kind of.
And I'm going to remember every word that you said, Croup, and it'll be payday one of these
National
days.
Motorcycle Day.
Thanks for coming
What
out.
about National Gambino Bicycle Club Day?
We're going to take time out now. We'll be back with more championship wrestling action in just a moment.
He looks like a rube, kind of.
Here, looking forward to seeing Lou Thesz back in action.
Let's go, Lou Thesz.
His opponent has just stepped into the ring, and this will be a one-fall, 15-minute.
When I first tuned into this, I thought he wrestles against Oswald. I thought it was Lawler versus Thesz. I was like, holy shit.
match. Here's Lou right now, climbing through the ropes into the ring, followed by the referee. Again, a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. On the left of your screen from Jonesboro, Arkansas. 200.
All I saw was the tights, and I thought, oh shit, is that Lawler?
2 pounds, David Oswald. And going against him from St. Louis, Missouri. At
Daninsky, can you believe this? We should be calling these kind of matches, Daninsky. We would have nailed a Lou Thesz match.
225 pounds.
Let's start a podcast, Daninsky, where you and I, once a week, we re-voice over the matches.
Former 6-time world heavyweight champion Lou Thesz. This match, one fall, 15-minute time.
Dolomite.
Paul Morton.
You rat soup eating honky motherfucker.
Young David Oswald, referee, as David said, Paul Morton.
Oh man, Lou Thesz.
Boy, watch this guy. You want a textbook illustration of the right way to do it.
Indeed.
All you got to do is watch Lou in there.
One thing you know for sure, there is not a wrestling hold in the world that Lou Thesz has not seen and probably used at one time or another.
You know, the thing that still amazes me, and it has all the time through this illustrious career, is the amazing speed that Thesz has.
Man, he's still going.
Not only leg speed, movements, arms, everything. He just really goes in there. One of the most dedicated.
I would say, like, he probably knew, like, that he would be treated with respect and booked properly with Jarrett, and maybe he just liked to. I like to think that it's because he just enjoyed, you know, wrestling still from time to time. Lou Thesz, how old in 1980? Lou Thesz was 64 years old here.
Works out constantly. Still.
Wow.
And, well, he's just something else. David Oswald takes him out close with a body slam, but Lou hanging right on. Has that arm and a hammer, and he's still got it, Dave.
Move right there. Lou maintaining that hammer he had. That's Oswald.
Damn, 64.
Lou broke out of the hole, stepped away.
Oh, I like motorcycle movies. Are they showing, like, the Dennis Hopper type of motorcycle stories, or like the Hell's Angels kind? Well, I guess they're kind of Hell's Angels. I don't know. What's the other kind of motorcycle movie? Like not the hippie biker gang, but like the mean biker gang movies. Like, you know, back in like the juvenile delinquent biker gangs and shit like that.
Back to the center of the ring, and David Oswald. Oops. Lou going for a leg dive. Oswald dropped to his knees. Good move by Oswald, but Lou Thesz now goes for the left arm.
David,
He looks like your
is
peepaw.
aggressive. We've talked about
What's
his
peepaw?
tendency to go for the shortcuts every now and then. I don't want to be derogatory
Peepaw?
about it, but he's got about as much chance as that proverbial snowball of beating Thesz.
That's true.
But it will be valuable for him. To be
Oh
in
my
there.
God! Wild hogs.
Guy who can really go at it. Lou, double leg dive.
Yeah, Lou turns him around. Looks like he was going into a crab position.
Yeah, he had him in a half crab. It immediately
The wild one.
wheeled it over, and he's got the pressure on the leg and the toe. And look at him pulling up with that chin lock.
I've told this story before, but I tried to book Dennis Hopper to come to one of my pop-up art movies. I wanted to show. I can't remember what the name of it is now, but there was like somebody made a really good documentary about him. It made it to Blu-ray on a boutique label, but I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, I wanted to book him for it, and I'd sent messages for like months to whatever contact information I could find. And I just never looked up what he was doing at the time. And finally, somebody got back to me and told me that he had been dead for like 7 years.
One thing Oswald can always say, he wrestled Lou Thesz.
Yes, sir. He may take a few moments to recuperate.
I don't think guys from his generation had a lot of the problems that later generations had because they worked safe and they worked, you know, grounded, I guess would be the way to put it. Like they worked a lot, but they were working like super safe and they weren't taking unnecessary risks, you know.
When he comes on.
He may stop after he says that much.
Yeah.
But,
Satan Sadist is a good
again.
one.
Good move.
Wild Hog
Good move
sucks.
By, Oswald, and Lou breaks it up very clean. Right back at him.
oh, yeah, quick.
Staying on Oswald.
We're 2.5 minutes into the action. Oswald, on the ropes, quick break, but then he's right back on a headlock.
Fez blocked
Killer
him.
King
Right
Koopa.
there, But look at Lou block with him. I think he had a hand in the hair there, though.
He did indeed take him down to the mat, but it took him a while to do it. Oswald still got the headlock.
I've seen guys who will do some things and get Lou mad, and that, just like that right there, that distinctly is
Yes,
not
sir.
the thing to do with Lou Thesz. He grabbed his hair and held on.
No doubt about it. He had a
Even
handful,
just
and Lou-
even working a high flying match or a high impact match, I mean, it's going to take a much stronger toll on your body. You don't have to necessarily do death matches. Look at all the like golden era guys who died super young, or well, most of that I guess was steroids and drugs. But you know what I mean? Like there was working like a I don't want to say basic because that has a negative connotation to a lot of people, but like just working fundamentally sound probably protects your body immensely.
Thesz with a knee lift. Oswald trying to hang on to a headlock. Shoulder butt off the ropes. Lou hits the mat. Quickly on his feet. Suplexes Oswald. There's the cover. 1, 2.
Wow, what a dominant pin. I've seen Chopper Chicks from Zombie Town. It's been a minute, though.
3 minutes, 27 seconds, and Lou Thesz really moving.
Content to working thing, and maybe that.
Whoops, I went the I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. I wanted to see that suplex again.
Trying to hang on to a headlock.
Like that was probably a big deal. Like for him to bump for Oswald like that, even the one time, was like a sign of respect from Lou Thesz.
Shoulder butt off the ropes. Lou hits the mat. Quickly on his feet. Suplexes Oswald.
This is what Bethadone would be like in person. I think this is how she would try to establish dominance.
The cover. 1, 2. And that's it. Yes, sir. 3 minutes, 27 seconds, and Lou Thesz got himself a win. I think you're right. I think it was that last hair-pulling episode, and from there, Lou was really moving across that ring after Oswald. Didn't take him long to wrap it up. 3:27 again, the time on it.
Lou was content to wrestle him, get a workout in there with young David and then suddenly he got into that hair-jerking thing, and maybe that...
Harley Davidson, that's not really I wouldn't really put that in the biker category. So it's like a regular drama that happens to be in the biking world.
Bill Dundee will be in. We'll be talking wrestling with Bill Dundee in just a moment.
Oh, look, it's the Hat Gang.
Coming up in just a moment, right back in the ring on Channel 3's Championship Wrestling. We gave you a couple of the big main event matches just a moment ago. I want to give you the entire card Tuesday night right down there at the Garden.
So he was very polite.
Carl Fergie.
Plus, like, if you brought in Lou Thesz at 64, I mean, he just came in and had a short match, but a competent match. But he's going to do what he does, you know what I mean? That's what I worry about with some of the guys that come back and work old, is that they try to work a match to match up with what the modern guys are doing, you know?
Tag team championship match when the champions Tommy and Eddie Gilbert.
I bought a vampire motorcycle. I haven't seen that one, but I have it in my queue on Canopy.
City, Tom Stanton and Frank.
You hate trucker hats?
Special non-title match when El Mongo will be tangling with Billy Robinson. Then it'll be a Southern title match, and that's going to be about the handsome Jimmy Valiant with Carl Fergie along ringside to kind of look out, because Tommy Rich, the Wildfire one, is going to be having Jimmy Hart.
I like them, but I can see why people wouldn't like them.
At ringside. Then Bill Dundee and Yamamoto going against.
I think this is
Joe and
technically
Dr. Bill
classified
Irwin.
as like a
Finally, that
baseball
special
hat.
cast match we mentioned a moment ago. That's where Lawler's leg and Croup's leg are going to be in a huge cast, primarily to protect that leg. All of it happens Tuesday night at the Garden. Against Bub Smith coming up in the ring in
Bub
just a moment.
Smith.
We're going to get Billy out here and talk to him just before he enters the ring as the superstar.
No.
Be in the ring with Bub just a second. Bill, I did want to get you
I
out
like
here.
girls, especially wearing trucker hats.
Let the first hear from you. We haven't had a chance to talk to you really as much as we wanted to in the last few weeks.
Well, Lance, I appreciate you asking me to stop by here. You know, I feel deep down. Bill Irwin said that I didn't beat him. He said that, you know, now we won 10-man.
Over the top, turn it around for that big push.
Hey, come on now, Irwin. You got Yamamoto later. Now just wait.
Fitted
Young
hats.
man over here, this little pipsqueak, he never beat me, he never has, and he never will.
Well, you can discuss that later. You got a
This
match
man,
coming up
he
later.
is just a lily-livered, lop-eared, cheap impersonation of Elvis Presley, and
Wow.
then he tries to get in and wrestle. Don't
Black
you?
Dog with
Don't you?
Meatloaf and Patrick Swayze.
So it's my time to talk. Just go away. I don't butt into your affairs. I done big beat you, and I don't want to be doing
No,
that. Just
you have
make off
never
me.
beat me. You have never beat me. As a matter of
Oh,
fact,
you remember, you know what other one was kind of good? Remember the one, not Black Dog, I think it was called Breakdown, where like the guy's wife got kidnapped and then he had to chase down the trucker? That one was okay.
he thinks he can beat me. Let's get in the ring right now, Shorty.
Come on, hey.
Come on,
You
Shorty.
got a match with
I'm
Yamamoto.
gonna tear you in
You
half,
take care
Shorty,
of
right now. Hey, see if you can talk chicken in here to getting in the ring.
Just get up there.
Yeah, why don't you just get on out of Hey, come on, Bill. Dave, I guess we got an unscheduled match going
Nope, I
here,
don't,
as
Daninsky.
Bill Irwin jumps in.
Not at all.
Referee Jerry Calhoun out. Yeah, go ahead. As soon as he gets out of it, let's... Bill Irwin and Bill Superstar
So serious
Dundee
about that.
in the ring.
Now we're
Bill
underway
Irwin
here.
ain't having
On
it.
schedule, Bill Irwin, Bill Dundee, Superstar, with Irwin shoulders on the mat.
Putting him in
Irwin
the mating
slides up
press.
the rope quickly. Superstar scheduled here in another match. But I'd rather see this one anyway, so let's go. We're 30 seconds into it. Dr. Bill Irwin, he's out of Duluth, Minnesota, at about 230, 231 pounds. Dundee, of course, the Australian. He'll weigh in about 211, somewhere around there.
Let me see if I tracked movies that I
Referee is
reviewed
Jerry
by
Calhoun. He
biker as a
jumped in here
genre.
quickly as they were already in the ring.
Oh man, I haven't posted, oh my god, I haven't posted a review since December 18th, 2023. My last review was for Bus Simulator 21. My last movie review was for Caddy Hack. That was a good movie, though. I mean, it wasn't a good movie, but it's entertaining.
Dr. Bill Irwin, the high
Biker.
stepper. He uses the knees, the feet. He'll get him off the mat as high as anybody you will see in the ring. Dundee, knee left to the midsection. Dundee picks the left arm. He's putting some pressure on that shoulder. Irwin forced down to the mat. Dundee holds the wrist with one foot.
No, I don't have it tracked. I don't have a biker as a genre, unfortunately.
Some sharp downward pressure with the bottom of his boot on the fingers. Irwin, jab to the throat. There are those feet. Dundee back into the rope, whipped across the ring. Up high in the air.
Yeah, I remember that. It's me. There's a, I want to say it's from like a Nordic country, the original version of The Vanishing. But yeah, I don't think I've seen the Kiefer Sutherland one, but I knew that it existed.
Irwin drops to the lower leg. 1, 2. Two's all he gets.
Well, that's the what happens when you have like an actual independent movie and then a big movie studio company steps in. The making of of the Road Warrior was crazy.
Counting along with the referee.
There was a documentary. It was, what the fuck was it called? It was by the same people who did that one about Canon Films. I think it was called Not Quite Hollywood. It was a really good documentary about the Australian film industry around that time.
He was pretty confident that he had Dundee beat, but he only got the 2 count. There he comes with the lower leg again. Now the foot.
I think Criterion released it, Humble King.
Gets him up in the air, drops him over the rope. Or onto the ropes, I should say. A whip across the way. Right hand, yeah, it was a fist. It was doubled up. Bill Dundee on the mat. There is Dr. Bill Irwin. He started to take Dundee up in the air. Bill hooked in 2. Got him down on that jackknife.
Come on, Bill.
2 minutes, 50 seconds gone in this match. Dr. Bill Irwin, Bill Dundee. Dundee. Let's throw him to the mat.
The crowd is hollering, "Go, Bill, go," and I'm sure it's not for the doctor.
I think that would be Bill Dundee, the other boy. Not Bill Irwin. Boy, look at Dundee. Fire that right hand. Try it again. And Bill Irwin
Somebody say fire.
gets him off his feet. Down to the mat he goes. And Dundee follows with the feet. Again, Dundee. Plants Bill Irwin on the mat. Cover. 1, 2. Down to 2 is all he gets. Bill Irwin at the last instant broke the cover. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Gone. Bill Dundee with a headlock. Bill Irwin with a handful of hair. Dundee
Come on,
smacked
Bill.
him. Irwin with the headlock.
Hold on, I want to show you guys something if I can find it.
Blocked the punch.
I like Drag Me to Hell.
Hit Irwin with a right fist. Referee Jerry Calhoun trying to get in between them there to get those fists open.
Doing a good job, too, but that's a dangerous place to be.
Well, I tell you, he caught a couple himself while he was in between them there. 4.5 minutes gone. Boy, what a match.
Yeah, dynamite unscheduled match.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad we got it in here. It's a little...
Well, I said earlier, this
Midnight
was
Meat
not the
Train.
scheduled match for Bill Dundee, but I'd rather see this one anyway.
Yeah, didn't that have like didn't that have Bradley Cooper in like a weird forced sodomy scene? I'm thinking, and it had a terrible CGI eye. Those are the 2 things I really remember from that.
Oh, backbreaker across.
Let me show you this trailer real quick that I saw for this. I found this movie on disc. I forgot that I had it. Okay, we want the original trailer.
You are about to see scenes from an unusual film about an amazing man.
Oh my God!
And we really can't blame Andy for not wanting to take a leave of absence, can we, sir?
Well, under the circumstances, would you?
Not until after I got to kill her, sir.
Something else for you to take care of. This man who called me. I don't have to beat him up, I just pay him money. Says there's a leak in your territory.
This is awesome. This is all, just this trailer is better than just about any modern movies. Why don't they make movies like this anymore? it just fucking hits different when you know if you're seeing something like this that they actually did it, you know. Ridiculous. I mean, we do them, but there's only so many movies you can show. And just being honest, most of the movies that I would show have nudity in them. So, like, it's hard to find stuff that is copyright safe and then is also, like, nudity safe. If you're talking about doing them off of YouTube, that would never work. People are never going to leave. Not enough people would be willing to do that. Like, that's fucking badass. Who cares why the ice needed to be there? Like, that's just badass. Amazing.
You plan on starting your own operation here?
You will never forget Mr. No Legs.
Operation here?
You will never forget Mr. No Legs. Don't miss it.
I like how you kind of forget during all that like that's the stories about the guy in the wheelchair.
By Bill Irwin.
That's the kind of movies I like.
Oh, Dundee's got his foot over the rope there. Irwin
Screaming at him
Yeah.
to count.
Yeah, what happened to 3, he said. But Dundee had a boot over that bottom rope, so that stopped it at the 2 count.
Oh, I mean, I could find a place to show them. I'm just saying, like, people don't leave the platform that they know you from, really. You know what I mean?
1, 2.
And yes, I have Mr. No Legs on restored from a 2K Master Blu-ray set. One of my few remaining film treasures.
2.5. Yeah. Bill Dundee. Still on the mat. That's the Bill Irwin. Got those hands wrapped around his throat. He's choking him. Referee Jerry Calhoun.
Billy Idol documentary.
Just before he was disqualified. They put Dundee into the ropes again. Dundee with a left foot. The lower leg, and a cover. Well, no, he does not go for a cover. He's just going to pound on Bill Irwin for a while. Roof.
Oh, jeez.
Now a cover. 1, 2, Irwin.
Probably the best watch-along movie, too, we've already watched, which is For Your Height Only. That was a great stream, though.
Breaks it at the 2 count. Both these guys have been to the count of 2 on.
To me, the only bad movies are if they're boring. That's it. If it's at least entertaining on some level. But I've seen like a lot of people be like, "Oh, this movie's the worst movie ever," and I'm like, "Dude, you have no idea." Like I've sat through movies where literally nothing happens. I sat through a movie called Night of the Naked Dead, and there was no zombies, no naked people, and it happened. The entire film took place during the daytime. Like, there are movies out there where literally nothing happens. Like, all those people who grifted on the found footage trend, like, some of that shit, literally nothing happens in it. At least if something is aggressively bad, it's not boring, you know?
But they're both still in it. Upper arm by Dundee.
Leonard Nimoy's
Cover.
Flynn
1,
movies.
2,
Hey, there's Gypsy Joe.
Gypsy Joe. All right. Gonna be a
Provocation on
Irwin.
Irwin.
Yeah. Gypsy Joe holding Dundee up. Look out. Irwin with the knee.
All the way up to the head.
Yeah.
Nail him in the head with that knee.
Weird puppet movie, which, I don't remember. Did we watch the whole movie or just, oh, shit, I don't even remember. That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
We've mentioned about how high this guy flies. He jumped up and nailed Dundee as Gypsy Joe.
Gypsy Joe came in.
Come on, get it stopped.
Irwin has been disqualified, but that's not much consolation right now.
What about this one? Everybody remembers the classic Misty Monday movie, Spider Babe. This was back when guys could appreciate female superheroes.
Let's get it stopped. Come on.
No, we didn't watch Meet the Feebles.
Joe's got his shoe off. Pounded Bill in the top of the head with it. Here comes Kojo. Kojo Yamamoto after Bill Irwin. Now Gypsy Joe.
And then I've got the rights to show LA AIDS Jabber and Amazing Bulk on my stream one time each, and I can't have a public VOD.
Kojo firing the chop.
Rob Blackburn, it's not a porno.
Yamamoto got the chop.
It's like if you're talking about Spider Babe, the movies in that series from that company were like softcore comedies with a bunch of like hot chicks in them that would get naked and make out with each other. That was pretty much every movie they made. But it's not hardcore. It's just, cheesecake.
Gypsy Joe, too. Rattles him with it, and Irwin saying to Gypsy Joe, let's get out of here. As
Flubber, really? It's a Disney movie.
Laid out, bleeding, where Gypsy Joe and Bill Irwin jumped him. The winner on it, obviously, is going to be Bill Dundee by disqualification. And as you said, not a whole lot of consolation at the moment, the way he is left. We'll take time out and be back with more action for you.
Yeah, Wild Things was a good movie. The sequels are fun, I guess. But the movie isn't as good.
Action coming up here. The Gilberts making their way into the ring right now. Referee Paul Morton stepping up onto the apron and just coming into the area now. The team that'll be going against the Gilberts. Gilberts holding the Southern Tag Team titles right now. This will be a non-title match.
Is that Sonny King?
The belts right now. This is going to be a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match, introducing at a total weight of 474 pounds. From McCall, Louisiana, Sonny King, and from Memphis, Tennessee, Mike Maroney, going against them from Lexington, Tennessee.
I don't own any Extreme Associates movies. No. If you're talking about Spider Babe, it's not a porno. It's just a soft core.
430 pounds. Tommy and Eddie Gilbert. This match one fall.
Although 90s, when they started doing the shot on video adult movies, there's a ton of them that have incredibly entertaining, like, B action movie storylines and set pieces and shit, but then they have hardcore porn in between them. But, like, the actual movies themselves are pretty entertaining, even if you don't like porno. I think somebody's been uploading some of them, like, with the hardcore parts cut out, but I haven't had a chance to watch one of them yet.
15-minute time limit. And your referee again is Paul Morton.
Oh, he's not a puppet. What are you talking about? That's Ghost Chase, the little Yoda knockoff that goes tally ho. Yeah, he's not a puppet. He's like an alien or a demon or something.
He's going to be starting. It looks like I don't know. Sonny King is near the center of the ring. I think it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be Sonny starting against which one of the Gilberts? Tommy, all right. Wait for a signal from the referee. Let Sonny King get his shirt off. The referee wants the lollipop out of the ring now. We're ready.
I reviewed a movie which was kind of what you're talking about. It was one of the like Cinemax, Showtime late night movies. And I just did a regular review for it and talked about it. If you want to look up the review, it's called Double D Dude Ranch. But somebody that was in the movie commented on it and left like kind of like a history of the shoot, what it was like to be on the set and make the movie. I thought that was so cool.
Tommy Gilbert. Well, he's ready to go. Sonny King laying back in the corner. So wait a minute.
Which movie, Humble King?
Not quite ready yet. Tommy's saying to the referee, hey, I thought I heard the bell ring. Let's get him out here and get going. Sonny King, McCall, Louisiana. There you go. A rugged individual in Sonny King. Now, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't really do a good... It's just like a... It looks like a doll, but then it comes to life. But then when he dies, like, the whole doll disappears. So, I don't know. What a great movie, though.
Sonny talking to the crowd. The bell sounded 35 seconds ago. We have yet to have first contact.
Oh, you're talking about Down, Out, and Dangerous? It's not buried.
Sonny King has been hanging back in the corner. Tommy Gilbert just waiting for him. Tommy finally backs in.
Movie-wise, like, I'm a little more limited. I have to put stuff off because my library stuff, I'm on a constant, like, I'm on, like, a McHenry pressure schedule because of the return dates.
His corner. I guess he's decided he's just going to stand here in the corner and just wait.
I'm trying to work my way through the Phantasm series right now.
Wait till Sonny is finally about ready to go. It appears that Sonny may be about ready to get into action. 1 minute, 2 seconds gone now, and still no contact. Tommy Gilbert is right there waiting for him. He says, come on. Tommy finally decided to force the action at the starting.
Tommy Gilbert, one of G. Thanks' favorite wrestlers from his days as fan favorite Freddie.
Sonny, big guy, 242 pounds. He's tall, too.
Well, Humble King just wants me to watch it and review it. He's not asking for a stream. Although I think that would be one that would be pretty easy to stream. Parbs' movie, I have to go in and do, like, editing on it.
Gilbert back on the rope. Going to whip him across the ring, but Tommy reversed him, and Sonny King hits the mat on a backdrop. Tommy over to the corner. Tags the son. This is Eddie Gilbert. Eddie against Sonny King.
Wild West Wrestling. I mean, if it passes copyright, we watch pretty much anything when we have a window in the schedule. How you doing, Clifton? Brett Boyd, sorry.
Eddie works Sonny King.
I wish they'd revert the handle thing.
To the mat.
I still hate that.
He's got that headlock on him. He's not going to get a pin out of a headlock against
Bruce Hart.
But it'll help wear him down a little bit. Sonny over to his corner, makes the tag on his partner. This is Mike Maroney. Maroney waiting. There's Eddie Gilbert. Came off the rope. There's a cover. Down to one. Eddie broke it at that point.
His is on here too, but it's got the lady shows her tits in it.
Oh, good knee left.
How many times have we watched a movie on here and we make it like 3/4 of the way through and then something fucking happens in the movie?
Movie learned from his dad, no doubt. A quick, firing knee lift. Upper arm by Maroney. He covers one. Down one or two. Somewhere between 1 and 2. The cover was broken. Back on the rope. Maroney makes the tag. Here's Sonny King. Sonny.
Is it too early? No, I'm afraid you'll find it's much too late to eat a bag of pizzerias.
Puts Eddie into the rope.
No, I can't skip the scene. That'd be upsetting.
With a foot in the
I'll just blur tits.
Coming off the rope. Now, the end of the turnbuckles. Eddie
I have to blur shit in the Bethadone stuff all the time.
with his left shoulder.
Not her tits, but like her phone and
Body slam.
shit she shows the camera.
Right hand by Sonny, being warned by referee Paul Morton to keep that fist open. Maroney in after the tag.
Mike Maroney?
Maroney goes over to Tommy Gilbert. And Sonny King has just thrown Eddie Gilbert over the top rope. Eddie thrown over the top rope. Referee did not see it. He was trying to get Maroney and Tommy Gilbert.
Oh, the ref didn't see him throw Eddie out.
Maroney grabs Eddie. Gets him down. Small package. 1, 2. 2 count. Eddie is able to work his way out of it. Sonny King sent Maroney over to the...
Are pizzerias that good? I mean, they're like Grail level, in my opinion. One of the greatest chips of all time.
The referee by going after Tommy Gilbert. Oh, I tell you. Oh, high in the air. Eddie Gilbert. Mike Maroney with a headlock on him. Back on the rope. Maroney. Oh, reversal by Eddie Gilbert. 1, 2. He got it. Good move by Eddie Gilbert. As he took Maroney off the rope.
Fan favorite Freddie picks up another win.
55 seconds, the Gilberts win it.
Okay, the winners have got to be in that fall right there, the Gilberts, in a great move. We're going to take time out and be back in just a moment. More wrestling action.
So that full show we watched yesterday afternoon, the IWA show that I was at, came back completely clean for copyright. So there's a bunch of them on that Neon Dream Studios. We could probably watch more of those old IWA shows sometime.
All righty, back into the ring in just a moment here on Channel 3's Championship Wrestling. Standing right here with Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe. We're going to be
They're not
against
still
Bill
sold.
Dundee
He
and
says
Tojo
that
Yamamoto.
to try to antagonize me. I expose him for the crazy things he says to me about who he thinks could draw money with Hulk Hogan, and he doesn't like the fact that I'm honest about who's beaten Ronnie Garvin clean, so he makes up these pizzeria stories.
Everybody has seen what happened in there, and of course...
You notice the way that we just toyed with this little man's mind, the way I programmed him into thinking that he had me in the match. I toyed with him first. I got him to go into the ring with me, right?
You did.
I got him to climb into the ring.
This guy looks like he'd be in a 70s biker movie.
Then I let him think that he just about had me, and then I had my man come in and just deflate him down, right down to the bottom. And we destroyed the match, just like we
They're
will
Gypsy
again
Joe.
and again. You know that gypsies used to steal children and steal from your eyepiece? Well, this man is going to steal the heart out of the little...
Yeah, Kevin Steen's there. Punk had just wrapped up previous to, I think, the era we've been watching in. I think he was doing he was on like his Ring of Honor run before he went to WWE. But yeah, they got an incredible lineup of people.
2 little geese.
Low Key, Necro Butcher, Seth Rollins. Who else was on that show? I can't even remember now. Oh, Ricochet and Chuck Taylor.
And that's all there is. But this time he'll have Tojo Yamamoto against Dr. Bill and Gypsy Joe.
2 little geese.
Yeah, okay. Also want to mention a very special match that'll be coming up. We said it before, Talk to the King. This is going to be a cast match. Killer Carl Krupp has agreed that he will go in there with a cast on his leg to face Lawler.
Mr. Lawler thinks he has an advantage. Well, I will allow him one more.
Did you see me get in his face when he fought Roderick Strong and tell him, fuck you, you son of a bitch?
Advantage. I have started smoking very heavily lately, and I have started drinking liquor.
I also, if you watch the match where he wins the title, whenever everybody thinks he's going to leave after that match, but he wins the title and then he threatens to take it to WWE, I brought the majority of the streamers for that.
very heavily lately because I want you, Mr. Lawler, to have all the advantages.
Oh, yeah, Hardcore Craig.
But there's one thing you make a mistake about. You monster. You tried to destroy my manager.
Pondo.
My good friend, Jimmy Hart, the man that I love. But now, I will not only worry about your legs, but I will slap the daylights out of the rest of your body.
That's coming up Tuesday night. Oh, we still got just 1 second, but not enough time for another match. The Irwin Yamamoto match that was originally scheduled has been canceled because Irwin jumped in there in that unscheduled match with Bill Dundee. And so that one is canceled. Dave, it will give me a second just to talk to the folks something about mail. We get at Championship Wrestling, Dave and I, and information for all of the wrestlers and all, many letters that request a
Trader
reply
Joe's
in
Pizza
there.
Party. See, I can't get Trader Joe's.
That way, I think if you understood the travel problems and all that sort of thing, you would understand that without each one of us having secretaries,
can I get it off of Amazon?
We could answer the volume of mail.
Can I get Trader Joe's on Amazon?
This. We are delighted and read every single one of them.
Trader Joe's Pizza Party chips.
For any of the wrestlers, or for Dave, or myself, or the promoters, or whatever it may be. If you've got some comments you want to make sure, we want to hear from you. Please don't ask us, though, to sit down and try to write back and give you information. We can't do it. If you have a wrestler, if you have something you want passed on to the wrestlers, write to the station in which the station you're watching right now.
They've got a bunch of them, but I don't see any of those. They got a bunch of Trader Joe's
right now, and believe me, those letters are forwarded directly to the parties that they're addressed. But by the same token, the wrestlers are unable to have the time with their road schedule and without secretaries and so forth. So, like they say, keep those cards and letters coming, but please don't expect to be able to get a reply back. It is so very difficult. Okay, Dave.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time. Tommy Rich, Tom Stanton, Frank Savage, Lou Thesz, Bill Dundee, and Tommy and
Please stop expecting a response from us.
Were the winners in today's matches.
For Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying until next week on Championship Wrestling. Bye-bye, everybody.
The announcers on this program are selected and paid by parties.
Apparently, people email Bethadone a lot of dick pictures. I didn't know. She told me that a little while back. All right, here we go. Let's see. September 20th is up next.
We got no wrestlers in there. We got the ring, you know. Okay, Dave Brown, Lance Russell, ready to bring
Sorry for the audio quality.
David Oswald going against Carl Fergie. Now we have flesh and blood ready to go on Championship Wrestling, and Davey for the official introduction.
All right, we'll start on the left side of the ring. From Jonesboro, Arkansas, 222 pounds, David
This one is joined in progress.
Oswald. And going against him from Atlanta, Georgia, 228 pounds, Carl Fergie. This will be a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. There's your referee, Paul Morton.
Okay, we got the aggressive youngster, David Oswald, in there. We got the bell, and across the ring from him, a guy that really a capable wrestler, Carl Fergie. Dave?
This should be a fine match. The word underrated has been used to describe Carl Fergie many times.
Hold on. Oops, sorry, okay.
He's a fine wrestler. He's looked good in the months that he's been around the area. Oswald.
She just said they were all unimpressive. She didn't really give any specifics.
As you mentioned, well, he doesn't back up from anybody in the ring. He has become an
Oswald.
especially aggressive young wrestler recently. Fergie yanked him off his feet, put him down on the mat. Carl wrapping up that left arm. You see Oswald grab the shoulder. That's where all the pressure goes. There's a twist on it. There's a little extra pressure. Forearm by Carl Fergie. Arm up behind the back. Hammer position. Oswald trying to work his way back to his feet. He's up on one knee, now on his feet, but Carl Fergie still maintained the hold. Well, not for long. Reversal by Oswald, but Fergie reverses him right back, and Carl Fergie in control again. Minute 20 seconds into the action.
This guy's selling. Looks like a full-size Hervé Villachez.
Oswald
flip, he was going to try to break it. Carl Fergie was hanging on tight, though. And Fergie still has the advantage.
Your pick's under deliver, that's okay. She said that she will tolerate unimpressive, but never celebrate it.
Oswald using combination forearm and fist. Fergie into the rope. Shoulder butt by Fergie coming off there. He was set. And he steps over. Oswald waits. Fergie reverses in. Oswald back for more. Carl Fergie drops him down. Bars the left arm. There is Carl Fergie from Atlanta, Georgia.
Let's see, we're in September.
Fergie put a little extra pressure on the hole, but
I'm going to try to see who's, if it's Jarrett that's booking or if Lawler's booking while he's hurt. Bring it on.
Carl Fergie still has the hold. Oswald backs him into the corner. Back in that corner, referee Paul Morton is calling for a break. Fergie had to give up the hold. Oswald grabs a headlock back in the corner.
Get out of the way.
Fergie fires it into the rope. Oswald has the shoulder butt coming off of there. Fergie lets him go by, sets himself. It's in. There's a cover, one.
Apparently, according to the AI, Jerry Jarrett was booking at this time because Lawler was out with a leg injury. And it also says that in September 1980, one of Memphis's most legendary on-screen storylines occurred with Tommy Rich. It says that the September 27th episode, which is the next one that we're going to watch, has a famous promo and angle involving Tommy Rich.
One count is all he gets. David Oswald breaks the cover. Well, there's a 2 count. Signal by referee Paul Morton that he did get a 2 count. But 2 is not 3. You have to have 3 to win a match. Carl Fergie.
Duck pictures.
Again. He's been working on...
I post a lot of goose videos. Not gooch, but goose.
We're 3 minutes 45 seconds into it. It's a 1-fall match. Overall time limit 15 minutes. Carl Fergie, a little upper arm pressure.
I'm sure at least 50 or 80 times I have said on Championship Wrestling that...
I was just curious who was booking because it seems like they're working with a very small crew. And based on like shoot interviews and Cornette talking about it, Jarrett liked to run with a tight crew, whereas Lawler liked to have kind of a bloated roster where Cornette said that he wouldn't say no to anybody. He'd just bring them in, but then he'd starve them out until they just left of their own accord.
Fergie, when you get up next to him, is a lot bigger than he looks like on TV. You've noticed that too, haven't you?
Yes, he is a
bragging about my goose
very
videos.
Solid individual.
Well, you got that right.
Where he has kept the heat on Oswald's arm. That takes quite a bit of strength. Given a guy like Oswald is smaller, but he's quite mobile. He can move around rather easily, but Fergie has kept him tied up most of this match.
He is able to
He's
move.
done most of it by hanging onto that left arm, one way or the other.
Would she let you take a picture with her while she was twirling the basketball on her finger?
Oswald,
yeah, there you go.
Firing that right fist. Upper arm, that was all right. Puts Fergie into the turnbuckle.
You know, speaking of those, seriously, Bob Brown, I did read an article while I was researching attention span, how to improve your attention span, and it did say that reading and bird watching are 2 activities that, according to science or studies, are like really strong for building up your attention span.
Oswald goes in after it, but Fergie was gone when he got there. Oswald bounced harmlessly back.
You all right, Keith?
Good forearm.
Yeah. Fergie, upper arm, hammers into the mat. Another forearm by Fergie, and a cover. 1, 2 count. Again for the second time. Count of 2. 5 minutes gone. Oswald using the forearm and or the fist. Berge puts him into the ropes. Abdominal stretch he's going for. Think you may have him.
Boy, and Carl has got the height to put it on. Beautiful. He just shoves David Oswald down. A little irritated that Oswald started to cheapy.
Coitus does not help with attention span. It's an immediate gratification thing, even if you're not nutting.
Up a wailing and knocking on him like that, and Carl didn't take him very long once he got that dander up to get that abdominal.
Unless you're reading or bird watching during, but then you're still giving the credit to the wrong place.
Yeah. Carl was involved in a match. Not really. It wasn't by his own design that he intended to. He was.
Cicero is up here. He's behind the blanket, or he's hiding on the blanket. There he is. You see his head.
Of Jimmy Hart, when Handsome Jimmy was involved in a match with Tommy Rich.
You stare at rocks. That could probably really build your attention span.
Circumstances developed to where Handsome Jimmy won the Southern Heavyweight title by Tommy Rich. Tommy Rich took great exception to Carl Fergie's part in that, blamed him for the loss of the Southern Heavyweight title and many other things. The Championship Wrestling cameras went to listen to Tommy Rich rant and rave about it, and let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Carl Fergie, you redneck country bumpkin, you know, you want to be a superstar. You tried it down there with Jimmy Valiant last week. You know, you've never made big money. And I'm sitting here adding up and subtracting how much
I think, honestly, most of the content we watch on here, besides some of the Boyd stuff, is pretty good for building attention span. It's all pretty, like, relaxed, slow moving for the most part. But some of the Boyd people are too. Clarence and McHenry are definitely exercises in patience.
money I've lost on what you've done last week. You cost me my title, Fergie. Whiteville, Tennessee. You want to be a superstar.
My brain.
You talk about country.
Sound like VP. My attention span. I'm a millennial. I don't have an attention span.
Yeah, but when you come from Whiteville, Tennessee, brother, and come to Memphis, Louisville, Evansville, it don't matter what town. That is country come to town, brother. And Fergie, you're not no superstar. You've never made big money. You know what it is to lose a title match. You know, and the sad, sick thing about it is, you know, I asked Jimmy Hart, I said, Jimmy, give me the chain. I got the chain, and then I stuck it in my tights. I reconsidered. I said, no, that's not the right way, man. You can whip Jimmy Valiant without a chain. So I stuck it back in my tights. Now, who wanders around the ring and grabs a chain but Carl Fergie, the little country bumpkin redneck? You know, you and all of your country redneck friends, Fergie, you're going to need somebody. Because I've done a lot of thinking. I thought, well, now do I go after the title or do I teach somebody a lesson? You wanted to be a superstar. You wanted to be big.
I asked the AI what I thought about the booking in Memphis, and it says that I praise it for traditionalism because I strongly favor booking that remains grounded, respecting the internal logic of the wrestling business and traditional psychological build. I also regularly commend older wrestling models that prioritized physical logic over logic-defying stunts. Mark Fusion appreciates the elements in booking such as chaotic brawls, heavy emphasis on managers, and highly melodramatic angles. He appreciates these elements when they serve a clear commercial purpose, but is highly critical of booking that devolves into unrealistic choices or unstructured nonsense. Let's see. It says that I value a structured narrative build where a booker clearly maps out how an angle starts, how peripheral characters fit in, and exactly how the program will resolve to satisfy the audience. Fusion also points out the pitfalls of booking choices that rely on generic, repetitive match structures or force fading legends into main event positions without a long-term plan. For Memphis-style analysis, he emphasizes that the booking is at its best when the larger-than-life characters are backed up by rock-solid in-ring psychology rather than just relying on cheap, repetitive local heat.
Big time, Fergie. Well, you're going to find out what big time's all about. Because just like I said, I was in line for Robinson. After I beat Valiant one more time, I was top dog. That made me the #1 contender here, which meant I was the new great white hope. Fergie, you cost me all of it, bro.
Gee, thanks. Please don't besmirch Wildfire Tommy Rich, former NWA heavyweight champion, FBI member, legend of the industry. Somebody say fired up. Somebody say wildfire.
Brother, you cost it all in one night. You wanted to be big time. Well, I told the promoter, if he wants to be big time and wants to fight or wrestle, and Fergie, I'm telling you something, just like I said, I've been doing a little figure right here on my pad, how much you cost me. You know, I said,
I hate to tell you this, Daninsky, but clearly you don't recognize this perfectly coiffed hair, this, $5,000 suit that he's wearing. He's clearly in an upscale mansion. Nothing about Tommy Wildfire Rich suggests that he's a redneck.
Muhammad Ali predicted the round, brother. Well, I'm going to predict the round because I'm going to lay you down and I'm going to wear and I'm going to tear your head all to pieces, Fergie. My ladies, they went crazy when I come home and told them that Carl Fergie, they laughed at me, Fergie. They laughed. Said, you let that country redneck outsmart you, Tommy. And I had to tuck my head and say, yeah, I did. Well, Fergie, let me tell you something, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother.
You usually get everything your way. Well, I've got it my way now, Fergie. I'm coming after you, country boy. You better get all of your tobacco-chewing redneck friends and have them down there hooping and hollering. Because after
hooting and hollering.
It's going to be the last time, Fergie. Anybody gets to hoop or holler or anything else for you, brother, they'll be in mourning after I get through with you. Because that's exactly what I plan on doing, is destroying you, Fergie, and I don't care where it's at, man. You have had it, just like
You've had it.
Black and white paper. I said you cost me a lot, and when I get you in that ring, country boy, you're going to find out exactly how much you did cost me.
Well, there's Tommy Rich, and I think the intention was certainly...
Man, Tommy Rich delivering.
Not what Rich said about being a superstar or what. Carl was doing what he was there for, but anyhow, Rich took major exception to it, and those were his comments regarding Carl Fergie. We're going to take time out. We've got Sonny King and the Angel coming in here. We'll be back to that right after we take time out for this.
Wow, no sold it.
Back to Channel 3's Championship Wrestling coming up in just a moment. Tuesday night, right there in the Gardens. Boy, batting it down.
Sounds accurate.
Hospital elimination match is going to be coming up with Dundee, Yamamoto, Gypsy Joe, and Dr. Bill Irwin. Also, Billy Robinson, non-title bout. He'll be talking to Carl Krupp in the language he understands. And then there's going to be a match between Tommy Rich and Carl Fergie. Standing here with Carl, I got to say that Tommy had a lot of things on the TV show that everybody's watching now, Carl, to say about you. A lot of derogatory about your rural background and so forth. And if I'm honest, I got to say that Tommy obviously is going to be the favorite in the match, Carl.
That's true, Lance. He will be the favorite. And it's true that I am just an old country boy, but Tommy Rich, you shouldn't underestimate this old country boy.
I'll tell you what, I think you said some words of wisdom right there.
What a tale of two promos, man. Tommy Rich cuts one like he's in The Godfather. And Carl was like, well, you know, I'm just a good old country boy, but I'm going to do the best I can, Lance.
Fergie, that'll be some kind of match. As well as a fight. Hospital elimination. That means balls don't count. Nobody's eliminated until they are bleeding. Bill Dundee, Tojo Yamamoto, Gypsy Joe, and Dr. Bill Irwin. Bill?
That's right, Lance. You said you used the right thing when you said a fight. I've tried wrestling them, and nobody seems to want to wrestle them more. They just want to fight. Well, let me tell you something, Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe. You better come prepared to fight, because when Tojo Yamamoto and the Superstar got wound up last week, the referee saw fit to stop it. Now, I'm not hard at the referee. That's what he's there for. But this week, there's no disqualification. There's no nothing. When one guy gets busted open, he goes back to the dressing room. Another guy gets busted open, he goes back to the dressing room. Well, Tojo Yamamoto and the Superstars got your number over in Gypsy Joe, and we're going to beat you, and that's a problem.
Well, I think both of you guys, everybody knows at one point we're as good a fighters as there was down the line. If that's what it's going to be one whale of a fight there.
Well, that's right, Lance. We've tried, like I said before, we've tried to wrestle, but they don't want to wrestle. They want to fight. They want to jump in and hit you from behind, but there's none this week, brother. They got to meet us on face to face.
Look for you. Tojo and Bill Dundee. See you there. Tuesday night. Big action.
Big action.
That took place in the Coliseum involving Jerry the King Lawler. We mentioned a moment
Hospital
ago.
elimination. I thought you were talking about the Heathen for a second. He's not allowed to attend or to set foot on the property owned by any Galveston hospitals. So he's kind of been eliminated.
This was a few days back when Lawler took on Killer Carl Krupp. It was, in fact, against everybody's advice, his doctor's advice, tried to not get him involved in the cast match and all, but Jerry just was so intent on getting Krupp after Krupp had goaded him and all of that sort of thing. The match took place. Let's take a look at some action from just a few nights back with Jerry the King Lawler and Killer Carl Krupp.
Well, that stick nails Lawler, while the referee over with Krupp. And Killer Carl again attacks Lawler. His foot in that cast when he tries to push off with it.
Cast match.
But with that cast, he's dropping it down on the leg of Jerry Lawler. Krupp pounding Lawler. Midsection.
How long have you been streaming on YouTube? Just a few years, or just a couple years. I started on Twitch a long time ago, but then I got banned. Well, I started on Twitch in 2012, and then I got permanently banned in 2020, and then just mysteriously in 2024, one day the ban lifted, so I started streaming on Twitch the same kind of stuff that I stream here, and then eventually doing all the Thorpe stuff ended up getting me banned on Twitch again, so I came to YouTube, and then I just kind of have been here ever since.
The King takes a real shot to the face. But in Lawler fashion, he is durable as can be. Never seen anybody more durable. Krupp trying to get over to Jimmy Hart, but Lawler going after him. Lawler grabbing Hart. Punches him down to the floor.
The cast match.
And what a body slam, or rather, not a body slam.
The leg drop with the cast.
Drop with the cast. That's dangerous. Boy, he's really got it in for Krupp. But he's also a little crazy to drop on that broken leg. Of course, he's dropping that durable cast.
No, Twitch just has insane censorship when it comes to like social justice related stuff, and the Thorpes use a lot of slurs, and Twitch won't stand for it.
Blood now. Krupp's head is busted open.
They weren't banning me, but they call it a ban, but it's basically a suspension. But it was just happening so often, I just started streaming over here. But the copyright is crazy over here. You can be a little bit more free with what you talk about, but the copyright is like 1,000,000 times stricter. We were watching like Mid-South and the UFC and shit like that on Twitch.
Where Lawler dropped on him with that heavy cast. It's a thick cast, not as heavy as Krupp. And Krupp now.
Krupp's dead.
Bleeding profusely from about the head where Lawler has pounded him with that cast. The crowd hollering one more time. Lawler drops 1, 2, he got it. 3!
Well, following that match, Dave, everybody, of course, was delighted that Lawler got his hand raised and the victory over Killer Carl.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Member for 15 months. You're right up there. I think you're only 1 month behind the founders, man. That's a long ass time. EFD, pay the $306.17 to It's Me. Yeah, true. Plus he's back. He's circulating in the community again. He should come back on the right foot and repay that loan.
Jerry was in tremendous pain in the dressing room after that. And what happens with that bone, as we saw in the X-ray in there, every time a least little bit of movement.
Look at Lance Russell
dropping down with the cast in there. Every time a least little bit of movement.
Sending a message to his rat.
Dropping down with the cast and so forth like that. When Croup was going, it was in a cast, but it was able to move a little, and the healing process.
We can't watch Mid-South here. We can't watch AWA here. I don't even think we can watch USWA on YouTube. Like, there's so much shit you can watch on Twitch that, like, honestly, there probably would be very little Boyd content, but YouTube is so restrictive.
There, the break bowed a little in there, and unfortunately, it put Jerry in.
They're also weird in that, like, I could upload, like, say I streamed Mid-South on Twitch, I could upload those videos as VODs, and YouTube would allow it. They would claim the ad revenue from them, but they would let me do it. So I could upload a VOD of me reacting to Mid-South, but I can't stream Mid-South or they'll cut my stream off, like, while I'm live.
A setback again and all. So, I was, sorry to see that. Jerry did it. Something he had to do. Okay, hey, this guy we told you a little bit earlier was going to be out here, and we're talking about the World Heavyweight Champ, Billy Robinson. Billy, appreciate you coming by. We've asked Billy to come in and...
Like, in the members section, there's a bunch of videos of me reacting to, like, WWF matches and shit, like, different storylines and stuff, but I had to live stream it on Twitch.
Give us a little expertise and advice on the commentary here. And
oh,
Billy,
boy.
You've been traveling, and I appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today to at least give us...
Well, I've had a tough schedule in defending the belt against men like Thesz, who was just a superb wrestler and a great athlete, and now I'm looking for a little rest before I go to Japan.
Did he take on Thesz at the arena show? Man, I'd like to see that.
In Japan to defend the belt in a show.
Yeah, I knew you had that, and if we have a chance, I don't know. I'd like to get some action going. If we get a chance to talk about that Japanese tour next.
Super.
Okay, thank you, Billy, for staying right here, if you will, and we'll get the next action going in. Big Killer Carl Croup is going in a rematch we had on Championship Wrestling before with Eddie Gilbert, and on the surface of it, it looks like a total mismatch with Croup at about 263.
Killer Carl against Eddie Gilbert. This should be fun.
And Eddie at 208.
You can't say that. Eddie Gilbert is one of the most fantastic young athletes I've seen in any sport in professional wrestling. He's got the benefit of having his father with him as far as experience goes, and he's certainly going to be a future champion as far as I think.
With Jimmy Hart out at ringside with Killer Carl Croup, Tommy Gilbert comes out to the corner of Eddie, and there is an argument ensuing now about...
We'll get Donnie Marie Osmond out of there, baby. We ain't gonna look at that. I've got a manager's license. Look at his old man. Didn't I tell you? Every time anything, look at him crying over there. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Oh, baby, come on.
You got Jimmy Hart with you. And
Come on, my fingers are hurting. My head's busted open. Wake up, man.
Every time I wrestle this young Eddie Gilbert, and I am ready to destroy him, his daddy comes and interferes, jumps. You think I am crazy,
Jimmy.
Mr. Russell? You think I am nuts? You think I am going to go in that ring with that father of his in the background?
I'm sure that if you stay out and Hart stays out of there, if you get in, Hart stays out.
Is my official manager. He is not my partner. This man and his son are wrestling partners, and I absolutely refuse.
Carl, the match is getting ready to start. Get him in there, Paul.
Why don't you tell him to put up or shut up instead of talking? Get in there and wrestle.
That's exactly the sentiments I've got on the thing, Billy. If he just go ahead and get in there. Okay. Eddie Marlin says ring the bell. The bell is rang. Okay. He's got the count going.
Go right ahead.
All right, you got the count going. Carl, you better get him in there.
8, 9, 10, 15,
goes down as a loss in there.
I have a
Hey, Dave, I'll be right back.
to worry about. I do not care less. You think I am a dummy, as you say in this country. You think I have no brains? You actually believe that I will step in the ring with the Gilbert, with both of them? No. This is a scheme. I have other things to worry about. Jimmy Hart and myself, we are celebrating. We are celebrating the fact that we destroyed, as you name him here, the King. The King Lawler is gone. And we are celebrating the new king, my good friend, Jimmy Hart. Let us have a drink.
Champagne.
Come on. Just give us some of the bubbly.
I think you can choose the fact you're the one that ended up losing the match.
Would you like a little?
I don't care. No, just get it out of here.
Who doesn't love Jimmy, baby?
Would you like a little bit of the bubbly?
Take your champagne and whatever and just take it on out of here.
As you
lost the match just like you lost the match to Lawler.
As you know, Mr. Lawler.
Mr. Lawler.
Loser. I kept him inside that ring as long as possible because I realized with my superior knowledge of broken bones that the longer he stayed up on his leg, the more it would be damaged. And I laid my body down, and I was the decoy. And the man fell for it. Ha! He fell for it. He dropped his... Do you see my head? Do I look like I am hurt?
I asked the AI what it thought about what was the vibe of my coverage of Primetime with George Durand, and it says that it's highly laid back, affectionate, and deeply analytical, treating the public access show as an underappreciated piece of lo-fi regional art, rather than mocking the obscure late 90s Massachusetts public access program. Mark approaches it with the energy of a dedicated pop culture archivist hosting a late-night watch party. He frequently reviews the shows during relaxed live streams, aka chill streams, where he and his chat react in real time. Instead of standard internet cringe commentary, Mark genuinely respects George Duranda's eccentric hosting style, bizarre transitions, and deadpan comedic timing. Mark matches the show's odd energy with his own low-key, dry commentary, pointing out absurd moments with amusement rather than mean-spirited ridicule. The combination of old, grainy public access tape aesthetics and Mark's calm demeanor creates a cozy, nostalgic rabbit hole vibe for viewers who enjoy obscure media archaeology.
I am here, hale and hearty. I am in good shape. But Mr. Lawler is not here. Mr. Lawler...
Okay, Jimmy.
Mr. Lawler is hurt, and he is upset because his...
How much can they make? I can only tell you off of mine, and my income from being one, and it's definitely a side hustle.
Wrestling career is done, as I will finish the wrestling career of Mr. Jimmy Handsome Valiant and Mr. Dundee Superstar and Mr. Jerry Jarrett and Mr. Yamamoto, whatever his Spanish name is. It does not matter. I will take care
reacting in real
of
time.
all these flatheads in this area. I am the king with my good partner, my prince, Mr. Jimmy Hart, and I, King Killer Carl Cruz. We celebrate you downfall, Mr. Lawler, and we are celebrating.
Seven-day wonder, Valiant.
If he's the greatest, how come he's not sitting back here with a heavyweight championship belt on?
What are you talking about?
If you're talking about him being a great, how come he's not?
This man here.
I love this version of Jimmy Hart. Wow. Coke Jimmy.
Challenged by the European champion Killer Carl Cruz on many occasions. I have challenged this man to a championship match on more than one occasion.
Best of luck with this guy. All I want to say is that, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve a chance at the title.
Oh, come on, Billy.
The only guy he could beat is a man with a broken leg. He's not fit.
Oh my God, listen to Jimmy Hart. What a... He's splashing that fucking shit all over in his cup everywhere. Wow. Who, baby?
Sorry, Billy. Didn't really expect anything more out of somebody like that. Okay, I'll tell you what. We can take time out here and just... Well...
Dundee, Tojo Yamamoto going against the team of Ken Wayne and Frank Savage in there. Frank, big fella out of New York City.
Only one time when I was the assistant coach on a team that won the national championship NCAA college football. They dumped a Gatorade on me, but that was the only time.
Here comes Dundee.
Are there other situations where people get Gatorade dumped on them? Then I did dump a Gatorade, like a bottle of Gatorade, on a girl's head one time, but it wasn't celebratory. What other situations would you dump a thing of Gatorade on somebody?
Geared up and ready to do it today. Tojo comes in, and we're almost ready for the official introduction on this one fall 15
I'm a circus bug, ATF. I could get my way onto the field.
Time limit tag match. Referee is Paul Morton. Okay, Dave, let's go with the introduction.
All right, at a total weight of 460 pounds. On the left of your screen, from Memphis, Tennessee, Ken Wayne. From New York City, Frank Savage, going against him at a total of 444 pounds.
You won the media division championship of the Detroit Lions flag football tournament. Oh, something that's queer.
Australia, the superstar, Bill Dundee.
Makes
from
sense.
Japan, his partner Tojo Yamamoto. One fall, 15-minute time limit. Referee Paul Morton.
She just being a bitch, being mouthy, and we were in like an argument, and she was being unreasonable. So I just poured the Gatorade over her head.
All trying to get one on each side. Dundee will be starting on the far side, and on this side, well, I don't know yet whether Savage is going to open up with him. He goes over to say something to Dundee. No, it'll be Ken Wayne. No time.
Ken Wayne, Bill Dundee. As action is underway, tag team match. Remember, it's one fall only.
You've what? Seen plenty of idiots get the bong emptied on top of them?
Ken Wayne has headlocked at Dundee. Doesn't let him keep it long. He sends him into the rope. Jump over, rolls him down to the mat.
It wasn't in like an angry fight. It was in like a two stupid people fight. You know what I mean? Just two assholes fighting.
Ken Wayne rolls out of the ring. He's down on the floor. Going to have a conference with his partner, Frank Savage. Referee Paul Morton calling the count. It's at 6. Frank Savage starts in. Well, that's not allowed.
Sometimes you gotta dump a drink on a person. Yes. And we were both very dramatic people. So like she was definitely the kind of person who would like storm out if you got into a mild like disagreement at a restaurant, would like make a big show of storming out of the restaurant. Never did like a Hollywood breakup, you know, where you throw the drink in the person's face at the table, but that kind of vibe.
No tag had been made. Now Savage comes in. Frank Savage, New York City, about 260 pounds. Here comes Tojo with the chop. Tojo Yamamoto. As Frank
I think the issue, I think if I'm remembering right, it's because we were asleep and she was having a nightmare or something and started kicking, like violently kicking me. And so I like woke her up. I was like, what the fuck's going on? And she was like kind of panicked from her dream or whatever. And it took her a second to like come into reality, but she was being like a real bitch in the in-between. And so I just like kind of, it was kind of like a, like a wake up.
Savage lying on a mat. Savage over to the rope.
I think that was the Gatorade time.
Break the hold. With a chop by Tojo Yamamoto. Savage says, I've had enough. Back to the corner. He tags Ken Wayne. 2 minutes gone. Tojo with the chop. Double chop.
Sports drinks have nutrients. Very true. Your family just likes to throw drinks. No, Buffalo Buck. No, this was like almost 20 years ago.
Now Mr. Savage back in. Only briefly, though. Mr. Savage now steps back out onto the apron. Back in. Frank Savage, Tojo Yamamoto. Here comes the superstar after the tag. Three minutes gone. Frank Savage, Bill Dundee in this tag team match. Savage with a knee lift.
Ken Wayne and Ken Lucas.
Dundee's head into the turnbuckle. Ken Wayne holding Dundee up from outside on the apron.
Do you feel like each territory should have had like a one Ken rule? Like a Highlander? There can only be one Ken.
Using that top rope to choke him, too. Little Australian has a cover. One. Ken Wayne is there to break it up.
Yamamoto is so amazing on the mic. Like, he cuts some crazy-ass promos. And well, he might cut some in between now and then, but he has some amazing promos in, like, the mid to late 80s.
The one count.
Cutting them when Jeff Jarrett's first coming in, and he feuds with, like, all of Yamamoto's guys.
Oh, Dundee. Hot about it. He came back to
Too many
corner.
Kens, bad for business.
Wayne yank him into the ring, but Frank Savage got him. Tojo in there to even it up.
Well, I always hear in the shooting reviews like Tony Atlas and other people saying like, oh yeah, they can only like each territory only wanted like one black wrestler, so maybe that's like Ken can be put in that same protected class.
A little bit. Ooh. Savage took a swing at Tojo. Tojo chopped in. Dundee working on Ken Wayne.
Who had Ken Patera in 1980? Would that have been... I don't know where he was at. That wouldn't have been back in his like blonde hair WWF days, would it? That might have been too early.
Tojo working on Frank Savage. Everybody in there. And the partners meet in the middle of the ring. Ken Wayne, Frank Savage. Tojo, Frank Savage.
I think the thing with Ken Wayne and Ken Lucas for the most part is that they're not really... I guess Ken Lucas gets a decent has gotten a decent push at times, but I feel like Ken Wayne is normally just around when he's like tagging up with Buddy Wayne, and he's normally not like in the middle of any kind of important storylines or whatever. So maybe they just didn't expect you to remember him at all.
Stay in the action. Dundee back in the corner. Ken Wayne slowly.
He was in the AWA.
Back out onto the apron. 4.5 minutes gone.
I'll be right back.
Oh, good drop kick by Dundee. Big Frank Savage hits the mat. A cover. Down to one, and again, Ken Wayne interferes. This time, Dundee grabs him before he can get back to the corner. Now Savage has Dundee from behind. Ken Wayne climbing the rope. Tojo is there. That makes it even again. Well, maybe not. Ken Wayne grabs Dundee and starts choking him. Ken Wayne with a whip across the ring. Dundee catches himself, presses him to the mat. 1, 2. It's all over. 5:23.
5 minutes, 23 seconds. Superstar Bill.
Was he really the IC champ? No, really?
Billy with that flying press off the second rope on Ken Wayne. And he caught him beautifully right across the upper body, took him right down, stayed it.
Back to action here in the ring just a moment here on Championship Wrestling. Want to tell you about Tuesday night when Coco Ware opens up against Big Frank Savage. Sonny King and the Angel will be in a Southern Tag Team Championship match as they'll be trying to take it away from Tommy and Eddie Gilbert. Southern Heavyweight Championship match. Tom Stanton, another big one out of New York City. Going after
Walt Disney, whenever Yamamoto is managing, he manages, I think it was Tarzan Goto and then Saito in the beginning. But they would rotate in new guys, but you never got, like, I feel like there was maybe one brief window where there were 3 of them in at the same time, but it felt like they would just replace one person in the tag team every once in a while.
Handsome Jimmy Valiant, who was also from the Big Apple, in a special challenge match. Carl Fergie, who just doing what he had to do, ended up in
when they had the third Japanese guy, it turned out that it wasn't even a Japanese guy. It was wasn't it? Who the hell was under the mask as the third? It wasn't the guy that wore the Bruiser Brody things, I don't think. The leg warmers.
Tommy Rich, and you better believe
it was somebody under the third mask. It wasn't a Japanese guy.
But that's one that is going to be an interesting one. Tommy Rich may underestimate this young man. Non-title bout. Billy Robinson, the CWA World Heavyweight Champ.
He beat Pat Patterson.
The title on the line. Killer Carl Krupp will be his opponent in there.
After Pat Patterson won that incredibly brutal tournament.
The final bout will be a hospital elimination match where falls don't count, no disqualification, no stopping of the match. As a matter of fact, the wrestler is eliminated when he is cut. You be there Tuesday night. Wrestling action continuing right along now. We're about ready to get back in the ring with Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe as they will be in there. We're going to get them running past on the way to...
And then eventually they bring in Hashimoto in a different incarnation of the team.
Of the matches the other day, huh?
Yeah.
Did you see where that little squirt Dundee got in with his big wooden shoe and hit me?
Little squirt.
Huh?
Yes, I did.
He tried right there to defeat me with a shoe, with a wooden shoe. That's true. And he could not do it, could he? He couldn't beat me. And when he saw that, he became
Gypsy Joe.
Frightened.
He
started to quiver at the knees.
What's Gypsy Joe wearing here?
And he was down on his knees begging the referee to stop the match.
Oh.
That's what he was doing.
I wondered.
Huh? Did you see him? I saw him. I was there. He was in there.
No, yeah. Paul Diamond was with Tanaka in Memphis. I can't remember who the third person was.
Calling for the referee to get back and knock off the match, right? Huh?
I don't think he was begging for anything.
Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, if I'm lying, where are they? Bring them out here. If I'm lying, get them out here in the ring, and we'll show all the people one more time where they are. Maybe they need for us to get down on our knees so that we're short like them two little geeks, so that they'll be afraid, not be afraid to fight us. Come on out here.
Just hop in.
Where are they?
And get ready to go.
We have a match in here with these two little... Well, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Hey, they're bigger than Tojo and Billy Dundee.
Okay, so the masked man who teamed with Tarzan Goto and Akio Sato in Memphis in the mid-'80s was a wrestler named Tom Burton, who competed under the ring name the Ninja. It was Goto, Sato, and the Ninja, and then Tom Burton was the Ninja.
Tony Boyles and David McGee waiting for you.
We might have a harder match here with these two than we did with the other squirts. Right, you're right.
By the way, in these parts, we refer to him as former drug addict Paul Diamond, but it's been a while since we've seen him. That's how he got over with the chat when we were watching later on in the 80s. We loved calling him former drug addict Paul Diamond.
Mentioned hospital match, didn't they?
Yeah.
Do the good
What's
people
up,
know
Poncho?
what a hospital match is?
Yeah, we've told him about it, Bill.
The good doctor knows what a hospital match is. I tell you what I'm going to do. Me and my
He's a
gypsy friend, we're going to
chiropractor.
go in here and take the two little geeks and show you just exactly what a hospital match is all about. Here we go, folks. A hospital
If you're
match
big
right
enough,
now.
you just climb right on in there. Okay, Davey, we're ready to go with the match, I think.
This is going to be an expiration of time match. Team with the most falls to their credit when the time expires.
Are you sure you're not thinking of Mr. Saito as opposed to Sato?
And from Louisville, Kentucky, David McGee. Going against him, total 455 from Romania, Gypsy Joe. His partner from Duluth, Minnesota, Dr. Bill Irwin. To the expiration of time, referee Paul Morton.
Says right here how to pronounce S-A-T-O, Sato. Saito is a different wrestler. If you can't tell Asian wrestlers apart, maybe the real racist you were looking at in the mirror the whole time.
Running with Dr. Bill starting against Tony Boyles. Tony, fine young wrestler, goes with that arm drag in there. Yes. Bill Irwin.
Jack Burton.
Crossed over by Tony.
I don't remember who he was. He stuck around for a while. They did something with him, but I don't think anything really ever came of it.
Yeah.
From Arkansas.
Yeah. All right. Partner from Louisville, Kentucky, David McGee. Boyles goes up top with a wrist lock. He's got Irwin down, bending the arm back. He's a little low to get all of it, but Irwin is tall, long arms and all, and I think he's trying to get it in order to be able to hook up and put that pressure back on it. Irwin, as he comes up, has a handful of hair, and Boyles forced back.
is really flexing.
Reached out and got David McGee. And David hooked the arm of Irwin, and all of the...
I think the ring is usually exposed like this, too, until they get that sponsorship from Pikeville, from what was it? Pikeville Toyota? The #1 Toyota dealership.
Things that they were going to do to these little...
Oh, and what's the other one? Renegade Rampage.
Squirts in there. Coming off with a monkey flip. McGee right into the corner. But Irwin, strong, big. Uh-oh, doubles him over with a right. Going for a headlock. Bill Irwin hanging on to David McGee. Referee Paul Morton, Gypsy Joe. Look at Irwin. Takes him up, puts him back down.
Mirror action.
Suplex. He just lifted him straight up and bombed him down to break that hole.
I'm just here to
Irwin
hold up a
takes
mirror
him
to
the corner,
G-Tank
makes
so he
the
can
tag
see
on
what he's really
Romanian
like.
Gypsy Joe. Expiration of time match. McGee now under the onslaught of Gypsy Joe. He is really nailing him with that foot, I'll tell you, David. Drops that knee hard on David McGee. Irwin up there hollering about Coach Joe, watch, this is what we'll do to these little guys. And takes the tag from Gypsy Joe. As Irwin with that. It still amazes me how high he gets with those knees and feet. David trying to battle back with him. Bill Irwin stepped inside of a right that McGee was going to throw and jabbed him. The referee jumping on him about it.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to have, like, I'm sorry, but if I have to have my Xbox or PlayStation on once every 24 hours to confirm digital license, we should have to have proof of life on these people every 24 hours. Like, it's crazy that a guy could just drop off the face of the earth and no one would have, and there's no requirement. You can just, oh no, it's okay. He's fine. Like, give me a break. And you see that weird, you could tell they sent it out from whatever the conservative messaging center was. Everyone who said they talked to him made a point of saying that they talked to him for roughly 20 minutes.
There's no doubt about it.
He lost a stretcher match. Yeah, it was always 20 minutes. Really weird.
Joe with a jab now. David McGee, boy, he needs to be about a foot closer to that corner. He got a tag on Tony Boyles.
Dude, McConnell, like, obviously whoever, you know, you never know who's going to be writing the history books, but man, he's got to go down as one of the, like, worst human beings of all time. And then on his fight, right on the brink of his death, he takes $800,000 to fuck over countless small businesses and people over fucking hemp regulation. Give me a break.
Tojo yo-yo.
History of the Senate.
McGee does not get the tag.
Irwin better concentrate on the match he's got instead of making all the derogatory remarks about Yo-Yo, Tojo, and Bill Dundee and all of that. Off the rope, Gypsy Joe whipped into it. McGee caught backdrop. He takes Joe over. Gypsy Joe, stunned, went to the wrong corner, and Tony Boyles welcomed him in. McGee going after him in there, starts stomping on Gypsy Joe. McGee drops with a big elbow. He covers him, but he didn't even get a count out of it. Joe snapped him out of it. Popped him in the midsection with a foot. Calls
Gypsy
for
Joe.
And he rams McGee's head right into it. We're in the first ball of this expiration of time, Dave. We still got some time on our wrestling action, so we'll get a chance to see.
Who was it that made a big deal? Was it Marjorie Taylor Greene that was talking about, kept accusing Mitch's wife of being a Chinese spy?
The rope, knee to the midsection, Dr. Bill Lawler.
I remember that too, ATF Media.
Joe. Joe, we mentioned before, was a former partner of Gypsy Joe's, and they ran into bad blood. David McGee slammed into the turnbuckle. Tag going to Gypsy Joe from Dr. Bill Irwin. Boom, to the midsection, and McGee dumped down in the corner. Boyles a long way away. All the way across that ring is Tony. He can't legally do anything to help his partner at all. Bill Irwin.
All right, sounds good.
Tags back in, and David McGee. David McGee is whipped into the ropes by Bill. Gypsy Joe nails him with a forearm coming in. We're coming up on the 5-minute mark in the first ball of action, and that is it. After 1, 2, 3.
So weird seeing Gypsy Joe this young.
1, 2, 3 takes place.
4 minutes.
He's very American Dream coded.
55. Just first ball goes as Irwin and Gypsy Joe getting a little repetitious with their comments about Tojo and Bill Dundee. We're going to be back with more wrestling action for you in just a moment. Right away, Dr. Bill Irwin out, as well as Gypsy Joe.
Not a lot of time remaining. But Dr. Bill and Gypsy Joe grabbed him. They immediately went into the ring, and action all over the place as Bill Irwin is working on David McGee. Gypsy Joe has Tony Boyles. Irwin and Gypsy Joe, one fall up in the match at this point. They won the first fall in just under 5 minutes. Gypsy Joe's got his hand wrapped around Tony Boyle's throat. He's choking him. Referee trying to break that up.
We only got a minute left in here. We still have all 4 of them in the ring with Gypsy.
I still can't believe Lou Thesz was 64. Like, he was moving really well. Like, there was no... You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't moving at, like, a slower, like, even, like, 3/4 speed. Like, he was actually, like, fully wrestling.
Joe and,
Superstar Tojo. Irwin and Gypsy Joe said they wanted him in there all the way through the first ball. Well, now they got him. The match is over officially at this point.
Referee
They need to keep ringing the bell.
stopping this ball, Dave.
Ball is over, right.
All the comments that Dundee and Tojo were the recipients of from Irwin and Joe during that first ball of the match. Let's see if we can bring it up.
Dundee working on him. Dundee really pounded Dr. Bill Irwin on the mat. Tojo with that shoe
Davey, we're going to see if we can get this stopped, but right now we got to take time out, and we'll be back here. Let's see if we can get it stopped. All right. Back here. Let's see if we can get it stopped. All right.
Who put that sound in?
We'll be back here. Let's see if we can get it stopped. All right.
Sound like Batman.
Let's see if we can get it stopped. All right. Wave Country's Championship Wrestling.
Islamic Republic of Japan.
In just a moment. Do want to remind you, Tuesday night, right there in the Louisville Gardens. Son of a gun, what a great night of action. Tommy Rich and Carl Fergie, Billy Robinson, Killer Carl Krupp, and Dundee and Yamamoto against Gypsy Joe and Dr.
I don't know. I feel like, didn't we just see Carl Fergie lose a match, I thought, in the first episode, or no?
Bill in a hospital elimination, and I want to say that
hospital elimination.
Jimmy Hart, what you and Killer Carl did to Billy Robinson about throwing champagne all over him. No excuse for that.
Wasn't that beautiful? Yeah. Oh, Hawkeye, Billy Robinson. Finally, we get a match with him, but it's not even a title match. Boy, what's wrong with him, man?
He didn't think Carl deserved one.
Oh, big deal. Look at Carl. Look at this. The greatest professional athlete in the world. Look at him. The Clark Gable of professional wrestling.
What?
The European champion. I am the champion of one continent, which is 1/5 of the world, and that is Europe, mister. And I am not on the 10, not number 1 on the 10 list. It takes a carcass to lure a bear out of its den, but it did only take 1 glass of champagne to lure Mr. Robinson out of his den and to lay his body on the line. Maybe not
what a weird
his
promo.
championship belt, but you may rest assured, Mr. Robinson, if you have any pride as a world champion, that when I am through with you, you will be forced. Yes, I, Killer Carl Krupp, the European champion, will force you to lay your world championship belt on the line. And then I will be the new world champion, and we will once again celebrate with champagne.
I would say this, that if you beat Billy Robinson, you can bet he'll have that title on the line. But you just may have succeeded in waking that sleeping giant. Tuesday night, you'll see it all.
Tuesday night.
Gardens. Hey, we got it all. Yeah.
Come on, Joe.
In the ring. We got it stopped finally, and Irwin and Gypsy Joe out here hollering about, yeah, Dave, I guess here we go. We still got some time. Irwin and Gypsy Joe back in with Tony Boyle.
I don't know if that was a shoe or not.
David McGee.
Oh, my God. Whoa.
The second bit of action was just kind of David McGee. The second bit of action was just kind of negated and stopped when Tojo and Dundee hit it.
Did McGee come over that top rope then?
Yeah, fired into the ropes and over the top rope. Boyles is out on the floor. McGee being shoved back in by Bill Irwin. Just pay attention to that. We've had all that we want to hear, Irwin.
Gypsy Joe making liberal use of the chokehold today against David McGee.
Tony getting back up on the ring apron over there after being bombed out on that floor.
I would book the Tan Man. I mean, the Tan Man cannot be a baby face. I mean, it's just not going to happen. He's got to be a heel. I would give him like a Piper's Pit segment, and maybe every once in a while have him like have a little run as a manager or something. But I would use him primarily as like an interviewer.
We've got a total about 5 minutes left on Championship Wrestling. Our expiration of time, we've got about 3.5
Here's some Cicero.
minutes. Irwin with McGee.
That made that crazy sound.
Body slams in, goes after Tony Boyles, while Gypsy Joe goes to the top rope, hammers down on David McGee. Yeah.
High step and Bill Irwin again. Caught McGee in the midsection with a side of the foot.
Sunset flip. He got him down. The Gypsy Joe. Broke it up.
And I think he'd be a good interviewer because I think he could be entertaining in his heel ways, but then also like it would be natural for him to be an interviewer to press somebody, you know what I mean? Like he would end up probably taking the brunt of the whatever happened, but like he would press somebody in an interview, which I think is would make him good for that. No softball interviews in Heroes of Wrestling 2.
Don't start that stuff again now. We had enough brawling, all we want to hear. David McGee taking quite a shellacking from Gypsy Joe. Ooh, very next line now.
Got a little over 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes left to wrestle. Time beginning to run very short.
We can't run too short, too quick for David McGee. He has been caught in there. And Joe really pounded on him. He tagged Dr. Bill Irwin, and the good doctor coming back in. McGee has been under real heavy attack. Slams him into the turnbuckle. McGee makes a tag on Tony Boyle. How much time we got left?
You would think you were talking to the real Tan Man, but in fact you were just talking to like the husk that he shed. That's like one of his skills. The Tan Man, he molted. He's molted.
Flies across. Buries it down. There's the cover. 1, 2. Broke the hole. Broke the hole.
I would also send Tan Man out as like a PR representative to meet, you know, do community events.
Time running out here, and I think purposely Irwin and Gypsy Joe, just to prove how tough they are. They've got Boyles and McGee going, so the time running down as the victory is going to be going to Gypsy Joe and Bill Irwin, no question. Tony Boyle's taking quite a
Come on, this guy's a sadistic guy.
That's all the time.
What a sadistic fellow.
We just stop it. If they had the opportunity, but they wouldn't, Bill Irwin would not make the pin, and they got both McGee and Boyles going in there. And boy, I'll tell you, just get them out of there. Boyles caught with Gypsy Joe and Bill Irwin holding.
Sure. Clip-on mics all around.
Okay, Dave, our time running out here. We're really not going to have, I don't think, enough time to recap it.
But during Tan Man's performance in the wrestling company, Daninsky's going to have to be doing his job at the commentary desk.
It's been kind of a disconnected last part of it, and one of those days when it was in the air, as Gypsy Joe and Tony Boyles, and that'll cost Gypsy Joe for laying a hand on the referee. So, as we come down, we still haven't got this totally stopped. We will
the
take
cicada.
time right now just simply to remind you that next week Championship Wrestling will be back. We'll be looking for you where the roughest, toughest action and too much of it today takes place every
Too much.
week. Be looking for you for Dave Brown, Lance Russell.
McHenry wouldn't like that. He's looking for a show with a lot of action, but not too much action. Oh, no.
With another big day, Championship Wrestling,
son of a gun as usual, Davey. I love it.
Oh, I tell you, opening match today is going to be a tag team match. Tom Mealy will be teamed with Carl Fergie today. They'll be going against Gypsy Joe and Dr. Bill Irwin in the opener. It will be Chuck Malone taking on the King Cobra in a single match.
Whoa, Daninsky, did you hear that? King Cobra, hell yeah.
Rich, Tony Boyles and Mike Maroney team up to go against Sonny King and the Angel. Tom Stanton and David Oswald against Tommy and Eddie
What's up,
Gilbert.
Christopher Hughes?
And Jimmy Kent is back in the area. He'll be teamed with Frank Stanton today to go against the superstar Bill Dundee and Tojo Yamamoto.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for that.
Son of a gun.
Big expiration of
Boy,
time
I
tag
guess.
match, as well as all of the other action. We'll be seeing
Whale of
Cobra
a
back.
show.
First time on
Be
Championship
there.
Wrestling. Long time with some big information about King Cobra. All of that action coming up. But we got to get this out of the way first. Get ready for it. We're going to be back with that opening bout for you in just a moment.
The whole family out for the wrestling.
Jimmy Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event. Winter Valiant, baby.
Wow, I'm so glad they left this commercial in.
I'm handsome Jimmy Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event. Winter's Fall Sale, baby. It's your chance to save on hundreds of items. And October 19th, a real special day. I'll be there, wonderful, autographing picture, shooting the breeze with all my peoples. By $100 or more furniture, they'll give you 2 free tickets to see me, handsome. A free living room suit to one lucky winner. Come out, 2530 Dixie Highway, Charlotte. You can't be a loser with a winner.
Complicated. This first match is a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. Introducing
What a
total weight of
commercial.
418 pounds. From Memphis, Tennessee, Tom Mealy. And from Atlanta, Georgia, Carl Fergie. Going against him at a total of
Tom Mealy.
455 pounds. On the left of your screen, from Romania, Gypsy Joe. And from Duluth, Minnesota, Dr.
From
Bill
Duluth.
Irwin. This match one-fall, 15-minute time limit. Referee is Paul Morton.
Boy, David, you take a look at the face of that Gypsy Joe, and you can tell he's been down the road. And those scars, he's been at it. He is a tough son of a gun. Bill Irwin, his partner, both of them, make a rugged tag team for young Tom Mealy, who's teaming with Carl Fergie. Paul Morton telling one of them to get out of there. We're ready. Bell time. Here we go. Fergie and Irwin.
Underway with it. Irwin around behind Carl Fergie. Fergie reverses it.
Gypsy Joe.
Dr. Bill gets him down to the mat. Fergie goes for the head scissors quickly. Good move. Good quick reaction by Carl Fergie. Fergie hanging.
Yeah, man, we watch wrestling every Tuesday, XPW, Wednesday, Juggalo, Championship Wrestling, and Fridays, Memphis Wrestling.
On to the head scissors. Bill Irwin trying to work his way out of the hole. Tough hole to get out of. You can do it, and he did. Tough on your ears. Good move by Fergie right there, too, as Irwin went firing across the ring. He was going to grab him in a headlock. Fergie ducked out of the way. Irwin missed him. Fergie takes the arm up behind the back. Down to the mat goes Dr. Bill Irwin. Fergie drops to the lower leg. Gets a little hurt on that upper arm. Carl Fergie, hey, flipped it. Irwin kicked him back, heads for the corner, and gets the tag on the tough veteran, Gypsy Joe.
Yeah, we can't. Unfortunately, we can't watch. We can't watch Mid-South. I wish we could. We watched one section of Portland, but there's still a lot of it that we haven't seen.
Gypsy Joe fired into the rope. Shoulder butt coming off of there. Put Fergie on the mat. This time Fergie late. Gypsy Joe. Boy, he hit that mat hard. We're 2 minutes into the action. Tag team match. Might have been a little hair pulling there. Couldn't see for sure from this angle where we're sitting, but the way Fergie's head snapped back certainly looked like it. If it was, it would not be the first time that's occurred in a match.
Yeah, the Matt Bourne territory.
Joe with a wrist lock, but he couldn't maintain it as Fergie just lifted him off the mat.
Brought Fritz back out with his Nazi gimmick.
Gypsy Joe there on the mat. Fergie holding on with a headlock, but there's hair pulling again by Gypsy Joe. That breaks the hold. Gypsy Joe with a face lock on Fergie. Fergie trying to break out of it, not having too much success.
Wonder how
right
Fergie
now.
did against Tommy Rich.
Joe with a tag, and here comes Dr. Bill. Right fist to the midsection. Irwin drove Fergie back to the ropes, and boy, did Fergie come off those ropes. He had a quick cover count of 1. Back to the corner, and here's our first look at Tom Mealy.
Tom Mealy.
He's doing battle with a tough one, too, with Dr. Bill Irwin.
Same kind of disadvantage for Tom Mealy as there is for Joe going with Fergie, and that is the height differential. You noticed when Fergie was coming up out of that reverse face lock, Joe tagged out because when Fergie got on his feet, he had the advantage on Gypsy Joe, so he tagged out. Uh-oh, Big Bill banged him.
Yeah, driving slam. There's a cover by Dr. Bill. Dr. Bill started the count at 1, and that's all he got, just a 1 count. There's another cover by Bill Irwin. Count of 1. Fergie started in to help out. Referee stopped the count at that point. I don't think Irwin had any intention of going for the 3 count. He was picking his shoulders up off the mat about the time Fergie started in. The Romanian, Gypsy Joe.
Boy, young Tom, I hope he came in here ready to go because with Gypsy Joe and Irwin, he's getting a taste of it in the big leagues for a fact.
He certainly is. Gypsy Joe, the flat part of that boot. Melee being choked now by Gypsy Joe. The referee trying to stop that. Melee over to the corner of Dr. Bill and Gypsy Joe. Pulled him halfway out of the ring. Carl Fergie in trying to help even things up. At least make it 2 against 2. Bailey's head pounded into that top turnbuckle by Gypsy Joe. Rammed into Bill Irwin's boot across the way. Gypsy Joe makes the tag, and Dr. Bill Irwin back in. 5 minutes, 45 seconds gone in this one.
I saw Big Bill was coming back to WWE. Is that true?
Boy, he caught it right across the side of the neck and throat there, Dave.
Melee whipped into the rope. High stepping feet of Bill Irwin. Greeting him as he came off of there.
Sorry for cussing.
Bailey turned to start for the corner. Gypsy Joe just stopped him and then smacked him with a chop.
Damn, Joe.
Boy, they were working on the inexperienced one day. Tom is just about out on his feet.
Yeah, he's been in the territory for a minute now.
Gypsy Joe just continues to work on him, keeping him away from the tag. With his partner Carl Fergie standing there in the corner waiting.
Stretching out far as his long frame will stretch, but they've got him too.
Oh, thank you, Bob Brown. Oh, look at that. Right out of the gate. Look who gets the first one. Humble King, it's me. The Cat Harvey, Casey Batman, Anthony Holo, and real Jack Lee Harris. Thank you, Bob Brown. I appreciate that, man. Very generous. And you pulled It's Me. Pretty rare to see get a chat regular poll like that. But thank you, man. I do appreciate it greatly.
Gypsy Joe gets the tag on Bill Irwin. Bailey into the ropes. Irwin waiting. Big clothesline as he came off of there. Irwin with a cover. 1, 2. That's it.
Yeah. Fergie got there just a little bit late as he grabbed the leg of Irwin, but the 3 count is cold, and now they inflict some more punishment on Tom Mailey. Carl Fergie trying to protect him in there, but Bill Irwin, the doctor, and Gypsy Joe go out of there. What was the time on it?
Time on it was 7:07. 7 minutes, 7 seconds.
And the official
Very
winners,
clutch
Dr.
from
Bill
Bob.
Irwin and Gypsy Joe.
Action coming back up on Channel 3.
For the happy poop, too, Bob. I appreciate that, man. For 10 jewels. You really like the happy poop one. I got to be honest. I'm glad. I'm hoping we don't see a lot more of Gypsy Joe in this episode.
Wrestling Somerset, Kentucky, Thursday, October the 2nd. Winslow, Indiana, Saturday, October the 4th. All right. We got big action coming up Tuesday night right there in the Louisville Gardens. Saturday, October the 4th. All right. We got big action coming up Tuesday night. Winslow, Indiana, Saturday, October the 4th. All right. We got big action coming up Tuesday night right there in the Louisville Gardens. Man, I'll give you the entire card later. Right now, I want to talk to Tommy Rich about that.
Oh, yes. Look at this hair. Oh, my God. What a look. Somebody say fired up.
Daddy. You know he claimed that I pile drive Carl Fergie. Well, Valiant, I'm telling you something right now. You're a liar. But right there in Louisville, Kentucky, Daddy, you talking about ready, brother. I'm coming at you, Daddy. Pile driver versus pile driver. And you know, it's all legal, Valiant. You talking about getting crazy. You talking about broke, brother. I'm psyched up, and I'm ready to go. And I'm coming at you in Louisville, Daddy.
Okay, Tommy Rich, he'll be looking at Handsome Jimmy when Wildfire really gets ready to go on that pile driver match. He's right about one thing, it is going to be legal. Now, I want to talk to Killer Carl Krupp, who finally has got himself a CWA World Heavyweight Championship.
I first had to insult the man.
You did that.
And then I had to prove that I, the European champion, Killer Carl Krupp, could beat him. I beat the world champion, Mr. Billy Robinson, right in the middle. 1, 2, 3. Now, Mr. Robinson, I will do something that you not dare to do. I will make one stipulation more. I have the guts to tell you, Mr. Robinson, that if I do not defeat
Mo
you
Howard.
for the World Championship belt, I will leave town. May it be a loser leave town, Mr. Robinson, and let's hope you will accept, because you will never appear in these spots again. That's from liberality.
Killer
Wow.
Carl Krupp talking about he's making some
Just
strong
throwing a random
statements there, my friend.
Roman salute.
Because you will never appear in these spots again. That's from liberality.
Killer Carl Krupp.
One more
talking
time
about
for
he's making
Daninsky. That's from liberality.
Killer Carl Krupp.
Did he say
talking
Viva
about he's making
Liberace?
some strong statements there, my friend. Louisville Garden, obviously, Tuesday night is going to have the lid coming right off of it. Right now,
The lid
I would
coming
make
off,
my
boys.
plan to be right there at bell time and see it from the whole way. Be there.
120 pounds from Jonesboro, Arkansas. On the left of the screen, David Oswald. And going against him from Memphis, Tennessee, at 231 pounds, King Cobra.
King
First
Cobra.
one fall, 15-minute time limit. Referee Jerry Calhoun.
Okay, I think we're about ready. Here we go. Bell time. David,
Sieg Heil's allowed in the 80s? Oh, yeah, of course. Well past that even in pro wrestling. Memphis, when we watched 86 through 89, it was packed with crazy out-of-pocket shit being said in the promos.
Oswald coming out, going against King Cobra. And the Cobra, we haven't seen in quite some time, Dave. There is a great example of dedication. Now, when King Cobra first started wrestling on Championship Wrestling about, what, 3
About
years ago?
4 years ago, I think,
Somewhere in there. He was 50 pounds lighter than he is right
Exactly.
now. And King Cobra under the influence of Rocky Johnson, winning that gym, pure dedication. Stayed with it, pumped the iron, and watched his diet and everything. And boy, today you can see what a whale of a difference.
You guys playing January 6th. How did Vegan Patriot end up getting involved?
A lot more experience and really a solid wrestler. Look at that. He took Oswald way up and over. Cobra hooks an arm, rolls with a lock, takes him over and down, and goes into a wrist lock on the mat. King Cobra. Quite a success story, this young man.
His home. As you mentioned, when he weighed about, what, 189 pounds, something like that, it's one of those things where you felt so sorry for him because he thought he would never win a match. It was one of those that every week he was getting that experience the tough way, as young wrestlers have to do. But quite a difference 3-4 years later.
You bet your life there's quite a difference. And David Oswald, who is currently kind of in the same position that Cobra was.
Oswald, another feature match.
He's now meeting the much more experienced King Cobra. He's a dandy. Yeah, and he drops down on him. Referee Jerry Calhoun watching. To be sure, it was the lower part of the leg. This bar on that arm is really tight. He's got him down on that mat and really chunked up.
He's got him
Cobra
chunked up.
Putting the heat on David Oswald. David, an aggressive young fella himself. He'll, as we've said several times, unfortunately got the attitude in
2 weeks ago, Osborne wrestled Lou Thesz. He had what was his match last time? Does anybody remember? I know he had a match.
Mind shaving the rules just a little bit, but he is in there with a rugged, tough King Cobra. He backs Cobra into the ropes. That'll call for a break. And on the break, Oswald shooting a shot to the midsection. 2 or 3 right in.
He can't do any damage to the hard head of the King Cobra, apparently.
To the head. And there's that cocoa butt from Cobra. Oswald mared over the shoulder, down 1, and that's all he got. Goes in behind with a reverse face lock, and Oswald being strung out.
What's up, Mr. Buddy Lee?
With that hole that King Cobra has on it.
Oh, she had to sit on the cake. True.
1 fall, 15-minute time.
I wish she would start. Wish she would do more lives.
Right, and we're about minute 15 into.
It's kind of it's kind of deadening, especially with Bethadone going into rehab. It's gonna be nothing to watch.
With young David Oswald. Over to the ropes. That'll call for a
surprise
break.
shot.
Oswald again. Doesn't want to do it clean. Shoots the knee to the midsection. Fires several right hands at King Cobra. And the Cobra off the rope. Shows that he can.
Great match with Lou Thesz.
He nails Oswald. Puts him down. Gets a 1.5 count out of it. Drops down with that lower leg. Now goes for the cover. Nope, he can't get David Oswald. David out of Arkansas.
Did they have a match?
And a power body slam. Nope, but Oswald resists that 3rd count. And
Let's see,
Cobra
Lou Thesz
do a little
matches
more
in
to him
Memphis.
before he gets a 3 count. We told you, Oswald aggressive. He takes him with a backdrop, and Cobra generates a little pain with that wrist doubled right back down, almost sticking his hand down alongside his arm. King Cobra, a couple of minutes into action, and David Oswald, the recipient of the pain that's coming out of the Cobra's holes.
Well, I don't know. According to Google, the CWA TV match against Oswald was his only appearance in. His only in-ring appearance. In August, earlier, he served as a special guest referee for the match between Tommy Rich and Harley Race. Oh, here we go. Well, no, in 74, Lou Thesz teamed with Jerry Lawler and Sam Bass, losing to Eddie Marlin, Tommy Gilbert, and Rick Gibson.
Referee checks with him, see if he wants to give it up, but Oswald as yet not ready to say uncle or whatever it is that you say.
About 4 minutes gone now.
4 minutes in, and King Cobra, who has been predominant in this match. Drops down with a knee. One fall, 15-minute time limit bout. Tommy Wildfire Rich.
He really is working the arm.
Championship wrestling. Hey, another guy we haven't seen in some time, Coco Ware. Interested in seeing Coco. David Oswald.
Coco Ware.
Having his problems caused by King Cobra. He gets a 1, and a bridge takes his shoulder up, and the referee clearly explaining to Cobra why he didn't continue the count. Cobra again going for it. Up, he can't get it. They're too close to the ropes. Oswald gets him off.
This one's running a touch long.
Swinging that right hand. The referee telling him break off those fists. He pounds with a forearm. Nothing illegal about that. That one was it. Shot.
Oh, here we go.
From the Cobra. Pounds away. A whip. Drop kick in there and puts David down on the mat. Yeah.
You think they stiffed Lou Thesz? Come on.
Impact on that first one. Flying head scissors. He takes him up, over and down. 2, 3. Got it.
There we go. I wonder what his last match was.
All right. The King Cobra gets the win in about 5 minutes, 22 seconds there over David Oswald. Rather convincing there as the King Cobra wraps it up. And the official winner of the match.
So he actually would continue to wrestle for another decade after his match against Oswald. He wrestled his last match on December 26th, 1990 against Chono at the age of 74. He lost the match via submission after being caught in the STF.
Is the King Cobra.
What's up, Rick Tony?
Jimmy Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event.
Head scissors, yep.
Baby, it's your chance to save on hundreds of items. And October 19th, a real special day. I'll be there, wonderful, autographing picture, shooting the breeze with all my people. By $100 or more furniture, they'll give you 2 free tickets to see me, hands-on. A free living room suit to one lucky winner. Come out, 2530 Dixie Highway, Chevrolet. You can't be a loser with a winner.
Coco Ware.
I got me one out here right now, Daddy. Yeah. Come on.
Ooh, Coco.
Fixing to come on.
One of my favorites.
That's Tommy Rich.
Oh my God, look at the Daninsky. Are we going to get Tommy Rich against Coco Ware?
Coco Ware. Wildfire. Taking off the jacket if they'll climb up.
Oh my God,
we'll
Jeremy.
get the official introduction.
Daddy, don't let nobody hurt.
All right.
I have all my exorcisms taken care of by TJ Yao, the internet exorcist.
Get in the ring. From Union City, Tennessee, at 221 pounds, Coco Ware, and going against him from Hendersonville, Tennessee, 228, Tommy Rich. Referee is Paul Morton. We are underway.
I wouldn't pay for any wrestling matches. There's nothing I really care enough to pay to see.
Yeah, we are. Coco's another one who has picked up a lot of experience with the intervening months that have gone.
And I think even that's one reason WWE doesn't really worry about the quality of product, is they know that to a lot of people, they're integrated with something that these different streaming services that likely people already have, so it's not like you're paying, all those people are paying specifically for WWE.
By since we last saw him, Dave, I think Tommy Rich may be in for a surprise.
Yes, indeed. He should not take him lightly, that's for sure. Rich with a headlock on Coco Ware. Coco backs him into the rope. Coco standing there in the center of the ring, and a head-on collision as he was just waiting for him. Knee lift by Rich.
What a match.
Coco drove Rich back into the rope. Flips him to the center of the ring with the face lock. It's Coco Ware. Rich.
I think that really, aside from like Game Pass, the only, which again is just paying for I'm not really paying for any specific game, but like the real only way that I really invest anymore in like as far as entertainment with money is like I'll get memberships to channels that I like, but that's about it. I'll always have one for Chris Hansen Takedown because they post like new episodes constantly.
Off the hole rather quickly.
You saw Tommy Rich in the FBI days.
Coco Ware has one of the finest drop kicks I've ever seen. Mr. Rich, you better look out if those feet start flying. Oh, like the fist was flying there. Wildfire Tommy Rich as Coco Ware comes off the ropes. Forearm to the midsection.
Of course, Daninsky. Depends on how midterms go. Whether we'll see Vince again or not. Yeah, I mean, obviously, and I mean, whether people like it or not, when he kicks off, they will definitely do a thing for him. I think a lot of it, I don't know if it's true or not, but he's always said, like, he doesn't want to go into the Hall of Fame or whatever, but once he's gone, like, they'll do as they should, and they'll pick the carcass, much like he picked carcasses, and we'll definitely see him inducted into the Hall of Fame and a new documentary, and they'll recognize him on TV.
Using that foot. Dragged it across his eyes, looked like.
Oh, you saw him in a gym. I thought you meant you saw him like in the ring. You saw him at a gym looking rough during that era.
Coco back in the corner. Battling his way out of there. Rich off the ropes. There's the drop kick from Coco Ware down to the mat. Tommy Rich. Coco follows with a right hand. And a cover. One.
Oh.
Rich with a foot over the bottom rope. That stopped the count at one. Coco steps over. Under. Over. Oh, he ran right into Tommy Rich's right arm.
Oh, that's cool, man. High school gym.
Oh, referee knocked down to the mat.
Yesterday afternoon, we watched a show from 2006 that was in a high school gym that I went to live, and it was a pretty good show.
Was going to shove Coco into the rope. There goes Coco over
Made
the
it to
top
the
rope,
apron
down onto the
one
floor.
time.
That should be automatic disqualification, but referee Paul Morton is himself lying on the mat.
Oh, he wouldn't. Oh.
Tommy Rich.
Poor Coco.
Slamming Coco down here on the floor. Now Rich rolls back into the ring. Rich. Asking the referee.
I don't think I ever got to see him live that I can remember.
Down to 3. Oh, Tommy Rich, I tell you.
Coco's trying to do it, Dave. He's trying to get up. I don't think he can make it. You're not going to get a chance.
Rich grabs him on the apron. Whoa. Suplexes him
You like the
into ring.
IWA show, Bob?
Down to 1,
Kronos'
2,
blood.
3. Rich is smiling. He's happy with himself.
We were watching Kronos, like you said, that was 98, like 2 years later in XPW, but he's like, I don't know if they're just showing old footage of him or what, but I don't think we've seen him in like an updated match or interview anytime recently.
Coco just out.
Yeah, that's Coco.
Pure instinct. He was out. Yeah, what about it? What about slamming him right out here on the floor? Don't say you didn't. Everybody was watching.
Yeah, you laid up in the ring. You think we're stupid or something sitting out here watching.
340 the time.
340
What's
the
up,
time.
Dutch?
Rich, the winner. We'll be back with more action in a minute.
remember this. I said that
Remember
in
this.
Somerset on a Thursday, October the 2nd. Handsome Jimmy's going to be there, as a matter of fact. Winslow, Indiana, Saturday, October the 4th. Now, how about next Tuesday night? We just gave you a sample a little while ago. Listen to the entire card coming up. It is something else. Danny Davis back again, going against Rick Morton. Larry Latham takes on Robert
Who's
Gibson.
dead?
4-girl tag match when Joyce Grable and Judy Martin go against Winona Littlecloud and Peggy Lee. And then it'll be Mr. Wrestling #1 going against Lou Thesz. Big special challenge match. Bill Superstar Dundee and Jimmy Hart.
Are you talking about Kronos not being on the show? Well, that was all the way back in like when did he die though? The show was in 2000.
Be in there for 5 minutes. Pile driver match. Tommy
Regular
Rich,
ticket prices.
Handsome Jimmy. Man, the Wildfire and Handsome Jimmy going at it. And then a CWA World Heavyweight Championship match when Billy Robinson goes against Killer Carl Croup. All of that Tuesday night. And there's going to be a great action night. We want you to be out there on Tuesday in the Garden. See you.
Woo, let's see, Mama, I'm Handsome
He was probably offended by the Black Santa gimmick and left
Jimmy
XPW.
Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event. Winter's Fall Sale, baby. It's your chance to save on hundreds of items. And October 19th, a real special day. I'll be there, wonderful, autographing picture, shooting the breeze with all my peoples. By $100 or more furniture, they'll give you 2 free tickets to see me, handsome. A free living room suit to one lucky winner. Come out, 2530 Dixie Highway, Shively. You can't be a loser with a winner.
Shively.
Oh, yeah, I guess we're back at it here. We've got Sonny King and the Angel, the current holders of the Southern Tag Championship belts. And they'll be going against against Tony Boyles and Mike Maroney. Yeah, right. I was looking at the wrong thing. Right. Okay, Davey, how about the introduction?
It's one fall 15-minute time limit match. A total of 424 pounds on the right of your screen.
Those
from
sofas
Arkansas,
are so
Tony
sexy.
Boyles, and from Memphis, Tennessee, Mike Maroney. Going against them, total
Look
weight
like
of
I'd be in somebody's basement.
492 pounds. From Portland, Oregon, the Angel. And from McCall, Louisiana, Sonny King. One fall, 15-minute time limit match. It's a non-title match, even though King and the Angel do currently hold the Southern Tag belts.
Quite an impressive team, just looking physically at Sonny King and the Angel. Both very big, powerful. And they will be going against a young, aggressive team. Chance for them to make a name, but they've got all the things against them. No time. Here we go. The Angel and Tony Boyles, Dave.
Tony Boyles, little guy.
Little guy.
Boy, he's a battler. The Angel he's just rugged. That's about it. He's big, he's tough, he's experienced. Boyles quickly into a head scissors, but the Angel out of it just as quickly. The Angel of the corner tags Sonny King.
Hotter than a waterbed.
Referee Jerry Calhoun trying to get the Angel back down to his corner instead of wandering around the apron. Sonny King, meanwhile, working on Tony Boyles.
Oh, what's his name? The Angel? What's up? Christopher Comatini.
Boyles on his feet, but back in the ropes. Sonny King hanging on. Sonny whips him across the way. King makes the tag on the Angel.
He looks like somebody like put Baron von Raschke in one of those hydraulic presses and just pressed him down a little bit.
He'll be coming in. Maroney, bigger than Tony Boyles. But as experience goes, you still got to look to the Angel and Sonny King. Body slam.
Man, that was a nice slam.
Got to look to the Angel and Sonny King.
Ooh.
Body slam by the Angel. Maroney covered 1. Angel picks him up at the count of 1. He broke the cover.
Hey, what's up, Dave? Somebody say fired up. Man, you've missed a lot of crazy Tommy Rich content. He gave a sit-down interview in a suit and said he was tired of dealing with rednecks and hillbillies.
Oh, Sonny King comes in. Powerful right hand.
Roman Reigns.
Whipped into the ropes. Runs into the foot of Sonny King.
They'd have to put Jimmy Hart with him or somebody to manage him since he can't talk.
Gone. Sonny King and the Angel in virtual total control so far in the match. There's a
Yep, and then he transitions into like a hybrid wrestler referee, and then he has that weird storyline with the guy that didn't pay his child support. What's his name? Billy Travis. Remember, he was like the mentor to Billy Travis for a minute.
tag. Angel coming back in.
What's up, Terrapin Fred?
Angel with a lower leg and a cover. Count of 1, and the Angel again breaks the cover. Slammed by the Angel.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Angel with a suplex, a cover. 1, 2. That is it.
Yeah, he's like old. He's like old, like, you know, old school, but not like, you know, not like Gypsy Joe old school, moving at like 10% speed.
2 minutes, 57 seconds, the time on it. Tag team match in which the Angel and Sonny King, as we mentioned, were heavily favored as they came in here. Going against a couple of young guys who are battlers, but that sometimes is just not enough, and this is one of those cases where it was not. Sonny King and the Angel walk away from the ring.
That was Bethadone's dick rating for G Thanks. It was undersized, but a battler.
Winners in the match in 2 minutes, 57 seconds. 2:57.
2:57 and too much King, too much Angel.
All there was to it.
Yeah. We are not going to take a break here. We're going to get right into it. And the Gilberts, Tommy and Eddie, who held formerly.
Weren't you thinking about getting out of the family?
Eddie have had tremendous success as tag partners. They really worked together.
Uh-oh, what happened? Hold on a second. Is it back on now? Are we back?
Together and almost Stanton trying to steal.
I thought maybe there was a content ID issue.
Gilbert married him over and down, and Stanton tried to roll him right up with the use of the tights. He got a 1 count, and Tommy kicked out of it. There's a tag on Eddie, and the younger of the Gilberts comes in with another mare that takes Stanton over and on the mat. Eddie Gilbert giving away a bunch of weight. Nothing unusual for Eddie as he's growing all the time, but guy as big as Tom Stanton is, again, with his hand on the tights, the referee saw him, and he didn't even get a count out of that one.
Wonder what happened.
Reaches for the eyes, takes him down, up in the air, body slam, and Stanton goes out.
Oh, it was Lynn Barcelo? That makes
the
sense.
ropes, up the turnbuckle, the referee saying get off. Eddie Gilbert gets underneath him and dumps him in the center of the ring. Eddie goes into that side headlock tag on David McGee. McGee caught by Eddie Gilbert, whipped into the ropes. Goes in there with that clothesline, and he nailed him. Up in the air, and a body slam as Eddie Gilbert singing away on David. Eddie doing well. Again, big body slam as McGee goes down, and Eddie Gilbert grabs the hand, twists it around.
then goes in for a bar on it as he has McGee working downhill.
What about Doug? Doug hasn't come in yet, though, has he?
Tommy Gilbert outside and took him right straight back, in effect with a side suplex as he had that arm hooked. The only problem Eddie's got now is he's a long way away from the corner and too close to Tom Stanton. He'll have to watch that. He's back to his feet, moves him out of it, and takes him back. Tags his dad, and here comes Tommy
Fan
Gilbert
favorite Freddie.
right now. Tommy and Eddie.
Hey, I welcome the Blue Night matches if we can get them.
Really prove their worth when they beat some teams that a lot of people never figured that they could beat, but they have worked so well together. Look great. Tommy, big slam on David McGee. Drops him down, lower part of the leg, no knee. Caught him with that lower part of the leg, absolutely legal. There's a tag on Eddie. Eddie in. Zinging with a forearm. Pulls McGee off the ropes, tags Tommy. Whip to the midsection. Big knee lift. Eddie doubled him over. 2, 3. Got it.
He's adopted.
Boy, what great teamwork that was. A tag on Tommy brought him in the ring. Eddie whipped him over, caught him in the midsection with a broad arm, doubled him over right behind it. Tommy came in with that big knee lift, dumped him down on it, and he was covered up by Tommy for a 1, 2, 3. Eddie came over and kept Tom Stanton from interfering with it.
Speaking of Tony Falk, I heard that the footage of him made it into the dark side of the ring.
The victory goes to the Gilberts, and how long?
Having Jeff Jarrett's first match.
2-5-3. Dandy of a win. Yeah. Just an example of that teamwork.
Hey, what's up, Pomp Flair? Somebody say fired up. He's been on one, too.
Which has made them been able to overcome the handicap of being smaller than a lot of teams that they wrestle. Loved it. We got more action. Don't go away. We'll be back with it in a moment.
Expiration of time. Team with the most balls to their credit when the time expires will be the winners of this match. Introducing at a total of 477 pounds from South Carolina, Jimmy Kent, and from New York,
Jimmy Kent and Frank Savage against Bill Dundee and Tojo, and they're color coordinated.
City, Frank Savage going against him. Total weight 454. From Japan, Tojo Yamamoto, and his partner from Australia, Superstar Bill Dundee. This match.
If I was there, I would get a USA chant going to really confuse people.
To the expiration of time, referee is Jerry Calhoun.
All right, Dave.
About to have a little fight there between Dundee and Savage, whatever got started. Jimmy Kent.
Don't forget proper flotation devices.
We haven't seen him in a long time. He gets around. Bell time. Here we go.
Savage and Dundee. We get underway. Dundee, well, he kept Savage moving. Over near the ropes, referee Jerry Calhoun wanted him away from those ropes, so Dundee backed away. Savage, knee lift to the midsection. Look out, Dundee comes back with a right hand. Well, you better be careful how you work Dundee over on the ropes. But when he comes off those ropes, he's going to come across there ready for action. Dundee makes the tag.
We haven't seen him for a minute. He'll be there, I think, in about 6 years.
Here he is, Tojo Yamamoto. Tojo.
Fred Savage, son of Randy Savage.
He did it with a hair, so he has to give up the hold. Big Frank Savage out of New York City. Savage backed into a corner by Tojo. Savage on the mat. Look out, Jimmy Kent from outside plants that cowboy boot on the top of Tojo's head. Dundee over to help out. Grab by
Well, the
Savage.
AI completely lied to us. They said that there was like a a nuts Tommy Rich promo on here.
It's Tojo against Jimmy Kent.
He had the one that was kind of wild, but
Savage and Dundee going at each other. Jimmy Kent gets away from Tojo, leaps through the ropes, down to the floor. Well, Tojo had him by the hair, just spinning him around the ring. Now Dundee's back in his corner.
Look at Tojo.
Kent in his. Tag made. Dundee comes in. Good drop kick. Well placed. He puts Savage on the mat. He's quickly after him with a face lock. Big Frank Savage back on his feet now. Ooh, Dundee let him have it with that right hand. Savage into the turnbuckles. Dundee headed that way, but Savage grabbed him.
Two Dutches in the territory.
Savage picks Dundee up now, whipping him into the turnbuckle. Upper arm as Dundee came off the rope. Here's Jimmy Kent. Dundee whips Kent into the turnbuckle.
God, the crowd's going nuts.
He bounces out of there. Dundee's waiting with a forearm. He drops, covers, one. Down to one. Big Frank Savage in to break it up.
Come on,
Tojo
ref.
right behind him. Savage down to the floor. He says, all right, come on, get him away from me. Meanwhile, Jimmy Kent looking for the tag on his partner, Frank Savage. He doesn't get it. Dundee surfboards him. Tojo with a chop, puts him on the mat. Dundee covers. Look out, Frank Savage in there before the referee can even start to count. Now, Jimmy Kent gets the tag. It was not a legal tag, but it was allowed anyway.
Oh.
Savage was away from the turnbuckle. You have to have one hand on that turnbuckle, but the referee was only halfway facing that corner. Dundee covers. Savage on the mat. Count of 1.5. Big Frank Savage into the ropes. Bill Dundee flips him.
Hold on.
Billy over to the corner. Here's Tojo.
Savage caught both ends of that shotgun.
Jimmy Kent jumps in there. Bill Dundee runs him out of the ring. We're about 4 minutes, 20 seconds into this first fall of action. Expiration of time match. We'll have wrestling as long as there's time remaining.
I don't know if this is true or not, but it says that he made regular appearances as a wrestler and personality primarily in 1986 with Jim Crockett Promotions and again in the early 90s working for World Championship Wrestling as manager Sir William. So I don't know if that's accurate about that he was making appearances in 1986 or not.
Maybe one fall, maybe 4 or 5. Jimmy Kent, on the bottom rope, lead into the ring to grab Tojo, missed him. Tojo turned and saw him, and he chopped him right to the floor. Bill Dundee leading the cheers, cheering on Tojo Yamamoto. Boy, this Savage is huge. We've seen him here.
Look at the difference. I was looking at exactly the same
Everybody
thing.
with the
way
Fred
that
Savage.
Tojo and Savage are packaged so different. Tojo's squat, Savage really tall.
Uh-oh.
Tojo
Savage
squat.
run together in the center of the ring. Tojo's got Savage down on the mat. Dundee has Kent down.
I just Googled it, but it gives you the AI thing, whether you do the deep think version or not.
I don't know. About 5:15 have expired in this first fall. I don't know. I thought the referee was going to start the count in with Dundee on top of Kent there. But he did
I don't
not.
think they were the legal ones in. He was trying to get them out, I believe, Dave.
That's what happened. Savage and Tojo were the legal people in the ring. And boy, look at Tojo with those chops.
Welcome back, Rick Tony.
Savage to the mat. Abdominal grab by Tojo Yamamoto. Possible submission. Jimmy Kent.
Abdominal grab.
Frank Savage Around behind Tojo. Tojo to the corner. Gets the tag on the superstar. Savage. Tag.
I like
Jimmy.
Bret Hart. He's like a 80s wrestling doomer, you know. Everything he says is like negative.
Kent. Kent with his fist double. Bill Dundee had a right hand ready to throw if he had to.
3 minutes remaining in our expiration of time, David.
Dundee, boy, really working on Jimmy Kent. Kent, Dundee in the corner now.
Oh, the guy Jackie Fargo, when they had him in bed and he was he was over tanned.
Dundee catches himself on the turnbuckles, presses Kent to the mat. 1, 2, 3. Got him. Bill Dundee, Tojo Yamamoto with a win and a tough one over the team of Jimmy Kent and Frank Savage here in this first fall. 6 minutes, 40.
I'm interested to get to where the talent exchange between Memphis and World Class, or Mid-South, I mean.
3 seconds the time on it, 6:43. And boy, I tell you, what a battle they had there in the first fall.
Man. Jimmy Kent, just as fiery as he always was, gets around that ring, and boy, he really scrambles. He'll give you a hard way to go. He'll catch you from behind any way you can.
Yes, sir.
And
Fargo
his partner,
strut.
Big Frank Savage, just a big, tough guy. But a combination of the previous teaming experience together between the superstar and Tojo, just a little bit too much for him. They double-teamed him when they could and had to, and just ready to go at it.
And a wrestler like Jimmy Kent kind of gets Bill Dundee fired up. I mean, you know, if you tag him from behind a couple of times, Dundee's going to get after you, and that's exactly what he did against Kent.
Billy does it all. He'll be the most infectious, happiest little guy in the world, and all of a sudden he'll turn around and really knuckle you, man, if you monkey with him. As Bill makes no bones about it, he says some of it he's not proud of, but he's had all that experience, bar fights and everything else.
He was also involved in quite a tag team. It was kind of tough around here a few years ago, too, the Australian.
I wasn't booked.
Yeah, George Barnes. Bill Dundee.
He should do a
Dave,
trampoline
I don't think we've
match.
got maybe 60, 90 seconds left totally for wrestling time, and I don't believe that's going to be enough for the action in terms of
We got 7 minutes
having
left.
another
What's the
fall
story?
in there. But again, the time on that
Time on the
final
first ball was 6:43.
Okay, 6 minutes and 43 seconds, and the superstar and Tojo.
Didn't though, I mean, did he get hosed on it, or he kind of did, but I mean, Jerry Jarrett and Bill Dundee's ideas worked in Mid-South because no one had seen him before, you know what I mean? Like the talent was one part of it, but I think like the booking too, like the ideas. But I am looking forward to seeing like I'm going to watch off stream Mid-South from the same time while we watch Memphis when we get there.
Tojo hang up a win over Frank Savage. And Jimmy Kent, first time we've seen Jimmy back, and of course Frank is relatively new. I think we've had him maybe once or twice on championship wrestling. So that 6:43 represents a good win over what could be a tough combination of action in there with Kent and Savage. We're going to check our watches.
Also, didn't he kind of I guess it's maybe one of those, looking back, it's easy to think otherwise, but like, didn't Cornette say that like the Midnight Express or the Rock and Roll Express weren't really over at that time, and that like it was Watts that let them kind of do their thing? I feel like that had a lot to do with it too. It's not like he just got all of their like top tier guys that were the most over people, you know.
You do the same, don't run away, because we'll be back and let you know what the situation is right after we take time out for this.
The Jarrett rabbit hole. I really like Jarrett's podcast when it's live because typically you can get questions through to him without even some of the bigger wrestling shows you have to donate to get your question answered, but I feel like on that one it's weird that so few people watch it live too.
Action
right back here on Channel 3's Championship Wrestling in just a moment. Tuesday night, Louisville Garden. Triple main event, special 5-minute match, Dundee and Hart. Pile driver match, Tommy Rich and
Southern Trads, new Southern Trads clip coming, new Cart Girl clips are right around the corner.
Handsome Jimmy Valiant. Big CWA World Heavyweight Championship match, Billy Robinson, Killer Carl Krupp. I want to get the superstar in here right now.
Okay, so they were kind of like, they were maxed out where they were.
5 minutes alone with Jimmy Hart, Billy.
Lancet, I don't know whether I'm crazy or not. I'm just a little mad right now. Let me ask you this. Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
And also, I think the whole thing kind of, people focus on how Jarrett, in their perception, got the short end of the stick, because otherwise he's such a, like, smart wrestling mind, you know? But I don't know that they really, that it was, I don't know. I mean, obviously it worked out better, I think, for Watts, but I don't know. How did they, I just wonder, like, what were the mindsets in making the trade? Obviously, they were kind of wanting to, you know, had to stay on good terms with each other, so it wasn't like Watts had, like, a master plan to, you know, rob the casino.
That's a bottle opener.
You know where I got it?
Opener.
Jimmy Hart threw it into his goose last week, and he tried to gouge my hat with it, and he cut my head. Now, I'm not so mad at Gypsy Joe as I am at you, Jimmy Hart. So I went to the promoter, and I said, give me a match with Jimmy Hart. He said, Bill, he'll never accept it. I said, well, you tell me what you do, Eddie. You got an open contract with him. You force him to do it.
Is there? Let me see if there's a Cornette clip that specifically talks about it.
You can use it, brother. I'm going to give this back to the promoter, and he's going to give it to you. And all you got to do is just wander down to the ring, and I got 5 minutes with you, brother, and you got this bottle opener, but you're never going to be able to use it. Thank you.
That's a pretty daring one to do. As a matter of fact, just as a matter of fact, the fact that Handsome Jimmy is going to be in a pile driver match with Tommy Wildfire Rich. Now, this means that that pile driver is going to be legal. Handsome Jimmy's got words to say about that.
I got the wildflower, baby, where I want him. I got the man where I want him, baby.
Man, this is such an odd look to me for him.
1975, Madison Square Garden. Angelo Savoldi, brother. Handsome Jimmy, pile drive him. He has never wrestled again. He has never wrestled again, brother. I have used it. I know how to use it. Wildflower, you think you're hot, Jack? You think you're hot stuff when you knock the referee down and then use it. Everything's legal. I can use it. Handsome Jimmy can use it. I'm going to put the blind freak up. I'm going to put him out forever.
Handsome Jimmy, Tommy Wildfire, Tuesday night. Timeout, and Championship Wrestling has got about 90 seconds left for wrestling. That really is not all that much for us to get another fall started, so I did want to bring this young man right in here. Coco, golly, it's good to see you back again. Coco, you're looking in great shape, partner.
Thank you. You know, I've been...
Come on in here with me.
I've been out to get a little, you know, experience in wrestling, and I had a few title match with Les Thornton at World Junior Heavyweight Championship.
Yeah, I heard about that. Coco Ware, for you folks who have not seen Coco and are new to us on Championship Wrestling, started in professional wrestling, what, maybe a couple of years ago, something like that?
2 years now, you know, and I come a long way.
She'll do the live streaming as long as it's making money for her. I think that's ultimately what it's going to be. She didn't want to... She's going to respond to where the money is, just like she used to not read even pay attention to the YouTube chat, but now she's making hundreds of dollars every stream from YouTube, so she started paying attention to it. I think when it becomes not profitable enough for her, she'll move on.
And I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not where I was.
You're looking great, and you're right about that. Coco is the guy that we have always been amazed at the jumping power with the drop kicks that he has. He can go up about 6 feet from a standing jump. He went, and this is one, Coco, that I think you really got to hang up on
I've tried to find that. I know the video. We can watch the video, I guess.
Say, boy, I have come a long way. You carried Les Thornton to a full 60-minute draw. Now, Les, of course, the NWA World Junior Heavyweight Champion, and that is quite an accomplishment.
You know, Les Thornton, he's a real good amateur wrestler and real good professional wrestler.
Real good amateur background.
He's from England. He's the first England to hold that belt. And it was a hard night there, but I went 60 minutes with him.
Love.
And like I said, he didn't beat me.
It
and
just
I didn't beat him
feels
either.
right.
It was a sensational bout, no question about it. You are back in the area, I hope, for a little while, Coco.
Oh, yeah, I started, I was back here in this area, and I'm glad to be back. I want to say hello all to my fans out there. I'll be glad to see you when I can.
Well, we of course...
For 100 donated memberships, Ben Thorpe on ThorpeTube will get a full back piece tattoo of Frankie the Parrot.
The territory is expanded. We've got a lot more stations, and I know that there's some folks in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Dayton, Ohio, that we are interested in seeing up there.
People up there, Dayton, Ohio, I want to say hello if you're out that way.
But Coco, good luck to you. We're out of time here. We appreciate it. We'll see this guy again. He's a very
for sure, yeah.
wrestler. Let's go back.
I think she's got the perfect mindset to where she's not going to stay stagnant, The main thing is, I guess, like, if the golfers were assholes, or maybe if the golfers knew that they were, I mean, she's open that she's filming, but, like, do they really understand how many people are watching, or the things she says about them when she pulls away? So, like, there might be a time when, like, her boss says you can't do this, and the Bev cart aspect of it, I think, is a big part of why she's such a success. It's a good format because it lets her talk, but then she has, like, the social interaction. She can do, like, the cart prep, which is a really popular part of the show.
Back to an exciting gentleman who's going to tell us about what we saw today. Davey?
All right, we had some exciting action today, all right. Gypsy Joe and Dr. Bill Irwin.
What about Jeff's days as a ref? Yeah, we can watch. Well, we'll get to them eventually.
Tom Mealy and Carl Fergie in the opening match. King Cobra taking on David Oswald. Cobra looking good and won it in 5.5 minutes. Tommy Rich defeated Coco Ware, who Lance was just talking to, but some controversy the way it was done.
You want to watch I think it's like, I don't know, I think it's like 30 minutes long, but it's Cornette talking about the booking of Memphis.
Because the referee had been knocked down. Coco was thrown over the top rope. Referee did not see that.
I know he's talked about the talent swap. I just don't know what month the swap took place. It's probably in whatever that month. Remember, he'd do like 1 month at a time in a deep dive of his career.
And also, Tommy then slammed him down here on the floor where he got back in the ring. And, well, anyway, Tommy Rich, the winner of the match in 3:40. Sonny King and the Angel defeating Tony Boyles and Mike Maroney in a tag team match. And it was Tommy and Eddie Gilbert over Tom Stanton and David McGee. Bill Dundee, Tojo Yamamoto, the winners over Jimmy Kent and Frank Savage. And,
Jeff the ref, yeah. Don't piss him off.
We had lots of action. Sure did. Better believe a bunch of it in there. And the 90 seconds that we had left for action time before expiration.
Thank you, Pomp Flair, for the $2. I appreciate that, man. Shout out to the chat, Mark, with a great show. Well, I mean, I don't really do much. And when you got 3 hours of Tommy Rich, I mean, come on. Thank you, Pomp Flair. I appreciate that, man.
Time wasn't really enough to get started a second.
Into the dispensary and liquor store fund.
So it was great to see Coco back. Oh, he's just quite a gentleman, and he's picked up a lot of confidence, a lot of experience in there. We have picked up a lot of fun.
I wish Kinetic Kel would get out of the collab business and just separate from Ruby and the Thorpes and let them do their own thing. And she should move out of her KINETICKELL stage and become the Don't Piss Me Off version of Kinetic Kel.
And we'll be looking forward again next week, as a matter of fact, when championship wrestling action will come your way, and we hope maybe that you'll make it a point to join us. And why don't you bring a friend, too? We'd like to have them.
Bring a friend.
We'll see you next week with more action right here on the roughest, toughest wrestling you'll find, Championship Wrestling. For Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everybody.
All right. I want to watch... We're done watching the wrestling, but I'll be back next Friday for that. But I want to watch a Cornette clip about Memphis booking and see if he talks about the swap, or maybe just can get something relevant out of it. I think we've talked about watching this a few times. Here we go.
From Montreal.
Short for Antonino?
I've watched this like 50
All right,
million
here's another
times.
email we might be able to talk about a little bit. It'll prevent us from talking about modern wrestling for just a tinge longer. This is from Anto, who from Montreal. Anto from Montreal.
Short for Antonino?
Possibly, but
Whoa, you think her manipulative ways are a turn off? See, to me, I just see like value, like, you know what I mean? Like that adds to her value as like a creator, certainly because it's entertaining, but also as like as an e-girl, because it shows she's actually like smart. She doesn't just have to rely on like the brute force e-begging, you know?
Rocco, you may. Hello, Jim. I've sent this into the drive-through several times.
But I like manipulative women, so I like toxic manipulative women.
But couldn't get past the Charlie from Starkville log jam. It has often been said that Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler would take turns booking Memphis every 6 months. How would the transition work? Would all storylines be wrapped up before the next took over? Was the 6-month period January to June and July to December, or did it vary? Any stories about angles being abruptly dropped when the new booker took over?
Well, the way it would work is all the wrestlers with European or Australian backgrounds would be dropped.
Yeah.
And it said monsters would show up. That's what would happen.
No, and honestly, that was the transition from Dundee to Lawler, by the way, not from Jarrett to Lawler, because Dundee to Lawler, we did the world's only 8-man tag loser leave town match. I lost my entire fucking stable in one night. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. I've had this email for a couple weeks, and I've been wanting to try to talk about it, but it's so difficult to try to explain to not only modern fans, but also to even fans your and my age, but who weren't smart to the business at that point in time, weren't contemporaneously involved in it, don't understand how the whole concept of what people consider booking now has changed. But a couple of things to begin with. The 6 months was a generalization, and he says it's often been said, Jerry Jarrett said it in some shoot interviews, and I think Lawler may have also, but the thing I found when...
I think that she would absolutely leave someone in the lurch, but I think that Allison, while she does have social predatory traits, I think she's a very direct communicator. And obviously, like, she plays around at work because that's her job. But, like, I feel like she's pretty serious, and I think she would be pretty straightforward. So I think you would know. I don't see her being somebody who needs to, like, stab somebody in the back, you know?
When talking to both Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler about Memphis wrestling, even things they have...
I think you could trust her, but I think that she would tell you, like, how it is.
Personally been responsible for. I've found when you do something for 40 years, sometimes, unless you're like me and just have the fucking anal retentiveness of saving things on paper and etc., you sometimes, things are lost to the fog of time. It may have seemed to them like they would take turns every 6 months. In actuality, it wasn't a hard 6 months.
Hard 6.
There was no January, June, or July, December. It was basically always dictated by Jerry Jarrett, depending on the revenue of the territory. If it started going down and was down for a while, or Jarrett looked at the talent and or the shows, the things that were going on, and maybe he'd refreshed himself a little bit, or he had some ideas he wanted to put in, then they would figure out a way to make a change. There was the time that they brought Robert Fuller in from Knoxville, and we've told these stories, but Robert Fuller booked several months at the first part of 1970.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to take the good with the bad. I mean, she's pretty Machiavellian, but again, I think she's pretty direct. She doesn't seem like a sneaky person.
79. And I say even then booked several months, but Jerry Lawler by that point...
But yeah, I mean, she would be 100% is going to be out for herself, for sure.
Was always really in charge of his own programs because he was the cash cow. So the booker would defer to Lawler on shit he wanted to do, just because that was the most easiest way to do things, and it worked. But when Robert Fuller finally booked the territory into almost insolvency. They were down to 3,000 people.
Where's Brian Last? He's there.
People one Monday night in Memphis, and that never happened. It may be apocryphal, but I heard it that Jarrett looked out at that house and said, "Robert, it can't get any worse." And Robert had his spit cup too, and he said, "Oh yes, it can." And he was done that night. So then they just dropped everything, and that's when Jarrett shot the Tupelo concession stand brawl with Lawler and Dundee and Ferris and Latham, because they had to start from scratch and they needed to grab everybody's attention. But with the booking hierarchy in Memphis, when Jarrett started his company, for example, in early 1977, he obviously started it off and got it rolling. Sometime in 78, I believe, is the first time he handed...
I guess maybe a better way to put it with Bev Cart Allison would be that she is probably a pretty transactional person. So I guess I would enter into interactions with her aware of that, and then that would kind of steer how I handled myself. So I think I wouldn't be caught off guard by it, because I think she's just kind of wired that way.
Over to Lawler for a while, even though the movie monsters, Dr. Frank was a 1976 thing. That was when they were all still working for Nick, but Lawler could always do what he wanted to do because he's fucking selling out everywhere. But then at that point, I believe it was, you could tell differences. You could tell differences in their style, even though I was not smart to the fact that there was a booker at this point. From watching the show, you could tell the difference. And also business in 1979, after Jarrett took over from Robert Fuller, immediately got better through the summer, but then was lagging, toward the end of the year. And that's when Jarrett got more involved and started shooting separate angles in Louisville that they'd put on the Louisville TV. And he was here in the Gardens more. And they were running some different things in Memphis. But Lawler switched heel at that point, but then Lawler broke his leg. So then Jarrett took over the...
Okay, so there we go. So that's where we're kind of at right now in our watch through, is what he just said. Lawler's got the broken leg. Jarrett's taken over booking.
Booked for a little while and put Dundee in. And then finally, when Lawler had come back and was ready to go, the business was tremendous for a while, and then finally things started dropping a little bit, and Jarrett took it back and gave it to Dundee again, which then when Lawler made his power play and had already set up a whole nother crew to come in and run opposition if he didn't get half the territory, then he already had guys coming in with a starting date. And so all of Dundee's guys had to fucking get their notice because they had to make room for the guys that Lawler was bringing in. He was the new booker. But anyway, so it wasn't just a hard and fast 6 months rule. More importantly, the booking.
I'm not sure.
Booking was done differently in the territories depending on how the territory schedule.
It's tough to get complete sequential episodes of a lot of the stuff. Even in 1980, there are huge gaps in which episodes the one that, as far as I could find anyway,
was set up. There were weekly territories like Memphis, for example, or like most of Georgia, especially in those years until they started running the big major northern tours. Florida.
I do nose alignment content with Allison the Cart Trad. I mean, come on, Daninsky. Absolutely.
Most of the towns were weak.
She's probably like psycho clean too,
Southern wrestling was set up to be weekly because they had smaller geographic territories and smaller population centers, so they wanted to have
the guy that was fucking with him.
Regular, steady.
And his wife was like, "Oh, come on, Bill," and he's like, "No, I wanna argue with this fella."
Gates and ticket sales from their regular towns. Then you had territory, and Dallas was weekly. You had a territory like the Carolinas that was only 3 states, but still there were so many mid-sized markets: Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Greenville, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina. Norfolk,
Streamwood,
Virginia,
Illinois.
Roanoke, Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, Hampton, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina, Johnson City, Tennessee, just in that area.
I want to say maybe they showed a clip of that pomp flare at one point, but I think the camera angle, you couldn't really see what was going on. I want to say it was like that arena hard cam view, and like you could kind of see something. If it didn't happen like that, I don't remember it at all.
They were more of in the old days. They were weekly, and then they
Psycho
expanded in the
clean.
70s, and a lot of the towns were run every 2 weeks. By the time that we got there, sometimes it was Greenville was still every Monday night weekly, but Charlotte might run every 2 or 3 weeks.
With the exception of giving her money, I think she pretty much, get whatever she wanted.
But you're at a 12,000 seat Coliseum. Point is, those territories were booked a little bit differently because they had to be booked farther out. And then you had the monster geographic areas like the major Northeast towns and or Vern Gagne's AWA. Those were monthly towns because they were major NBA arenas. They were distances you had to travel.
I think he's wrestled that we've seen like in the late 70s, and then he comes back for runs every once in a while. He comes in to back Jeff up when Jeff comes in. I think even Eddie Marlin gets back out and wrestles at some points.
Territories needed to be booked.
Dude, Joe LeDuc, oh my God, that when we saw him do those squash matches in like the mid 80s in Memphis, those were like that reinvigorated my love for pro wrestling. Those Joe LeDuc handicap squash matches, those were wild. And he's fucking cutting himself, doing that thing where the people try to pull his arms apart and shit. Remember he turned Paul Diamond into like a weird PTSD war veteran, former drug addict.
Definite.
He non-consensually cut Paul Diamond's hair.
Card lineups for towns 6 weeks ahead at minimum, if not longer, because they had to book all those buildings a year in advance. And they were, in major markets. So the point is, everything about how you booked your territory depended on what style of schedule that your territory ran. That's why Vince Sr. not only had start dates for guys, but end dates for guys. Remember, he told Billy Graham when he won the title, he told him the date he was going to lose it, a year and 3 or 4 months down the line. That was an extreme example of pre-planning, and they had a booking formula that they went through.
Yeah, Cornette's just he's not willing to do much compromising. He's not gonna like JCW.
About it in depth, but they'd bring a heel in and build him up on television.
All right, see you later, Bob Brown. Thank you, man. I appreciate the memberships and all the happy poops.
And then he would get shots at Bruno or Pedro or Backlund or whoever in the Garden. And 2 if he was a good heel, 3 if he was a great heel. And then they'd work.
I want to say he has like a mini feud with Tojo Yamamoto whenever Jeff Jarrett, his name is Jarrett, when Jeff Jarrett's in.
Their way around the rest of the territory is very formulaic. And because they had,
when Jeff shows up, we've got to start running everything back through copyright again because of stupid TNA.
Major population centers, big buildings running once a month, and the only game in town. They didn't have to
Thank you, Bob Brown,
they
for the
didn't
happy
shoot
poop.
angles every week on TV or even every month. You very seldom saw them. Same way with Vern. That's why the TVs were kind of boring, but they sold tons of tickets. But down south, you had to get more creative because you had smaller populations, smaller buildings. You were running it much more often. They ran Memphis, Tennessee 4 times as often as they ran Madison Square Garden. In a weekly territory, let's say, for example, in Memphis, you did the live TV on Saturday morning. And the people in Memphis saw that, and on tape, it would air a week later in all the other towns. So you have to have 2 weeks booked. You have to have this week, and you have to have the following week. And then you're golden until you do the next week's Saturday morning television. Because then you can make any changes you want to make. Have I heard stories about angles being abruptly dropped? Whether a new booker took over or not, that used to be the name of the game, especially in Memphis wrestling, where they could change on a dime. But in a weekly territory, if shit wasn't working, you changed it at the next TV and you blew it off. You know how you blow it off? The babyface goes over.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, clean. The end. Because in those days, when the people saw the babyface get even, it was over with. Unless the heel got some heat afterwards or did something else on TV or whatever. So when you did your live
Simple,
TV that Saturday morning,
booking.
and then you'd go to the Memphis house show Monday night, you would already know what you were going to do in the finishes on that card, and you would do your promos for those matches that were going to be held the following week in Louisville and Evansville and Lexington and Nashville when that tape aired in those towns. And then you waited till the next Saturday morning on TV and you saw what your house was. You saw if the people were interested in what was going on, and you furthered it if they were, and you cut it off if they weren't. The famous story, Lawler and Dundee in 77 had gone 11 or 12 weeks in a row. All summer. I think 3 or 4 sellouts. They drew in...
It kind of, the jewels, I think, replaced the super stickers, if you remember those. Like, you would, instead of just paying, like, whatever money to buy the sticker, and then it would show the sticker in the chat, you just do the, you're just buying, like, a little, kind of like a digital token, or whatever, if that makes sense. It's just like a sticker, basically.
12 or 13 days, they drew about 100,000 people. 12 or 13 shows. So... Jarrett had scheduled the hair match where Dundee would get his head shaved and Lawler would go over as the blow-off. And now people are saying, well, why is the goddamn heel going over in the blow-off? Because Lawler was then going to retire, come back 6 weeks later as a babyface. So there was a method there.
If there's like if you see where you enter in your, well, I don't know, you said you're on a laptop, so I don't know. On mobile, the gift button is right next to like the regular monetized $sign. You just click it and it brings up like a menu of the different stickers.
But when we got there and they saw 10,000 people and they saw the goddamn people were going crazy for the match, Jarrett realized they'd cut it off too soon. So Dundee got his head shaved, and then as soon as he came back, Jarrett said, hey, we can bring this back. What? How? Well, everybody want a haircut. And he put his wife's hair up the next week, and they got another fucking house out of it. But conversely, there's been many more times where he would just say, this ain't working, it ain't drawn, we're going to change it, which was as simple as the babyface going over on Monday.
Oh, there you. I'm guessing you found it. Thank you for the flow state. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I'd have to set up Streamlabs to get to show up on the screen, but it looks cool in the chat. But thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that. One day maybe I'll get Streamlabs set up.
Night, and both people involved, whether it's singles or tag teams, getting
Thank you
involved
for
with
the
somebody
flow
else on
state.
TV the next Saturday morning. Because booking itself was not these long, drawn-out, complicated TV formats, and everybody's interacting with everybody else, and it's the staginess and the backstage promo and this and that, and the drama and the dinner theater verbiage and all this other stuff. It was, okay, so-and-so's the champion, so-and-so's the challenger. We're going to have them have an argument on TV.
I'll put that in my taste test fund, Virginia. It's free? Well, yeah, I mean, it's free, but still, like, it's...
Or we're going to have them have a fight on TV stemming from
Very
something
generous.
that happens, boom, boom.
Thank you, Scott,
And then
for the
they're gonna
gold
have a
coin.
match.
Yet another L for OPC Don as I bank another gold coin while he's coinless.
And then in the first week, the heel's going to get disqualified to save his title.
Maybe they give some out to people every once in a while just to, like, seed the clouds a little bit, trying to make it rain.
So the next week we might come back with no disqualification. Well, then the heel fucks the babyface. Then, God damn it, the babyface is mad.
This corny word about copyrights, I've never had any issue with it.
All right. Then, however, the babyface got fucked. If it was outside interference, then you might want somebody in your corner. Or you might want 2 referees. Or you, if
Dirty Dutch French vanilla coffee and stress relief tea. Wow.
I've seen them do matches where the heel won one week with a foreign object, so the next week they had 5 fans allowed to search the heel for foreign objects before the match. That was the stipulation. And they would keep building it up until finally you...
I wouldn't necessarily probably do an entire stream of them, or like, I don't know, maybe reacting to an old episode or something. But he seems pretty cool.
Got to the cage, or the fucking Texas death match, or the street...
Which is honestly pretty smart, because it's like, really, if you're interested in Cornette, just hearing this will probably like, oh my God, what else does Cornette have about Memphis? You know what I mean? I think it only benefits him. And honestly, 2 Cornette clips, a lot of them you can listen to like over and over again.
Street fight or whatever,
or at least
and you
I
can get 10, 12 weeks out of shit like that by just increasing...
Do I take Boyd submissions? I mean, if there's somebody you want me to check out, I can. I'm not really recruiting anymore. I'm going to try to pick people that I can do something like unique as far as my coverage, or something that other channels maybe wouldn't be able to do. Like McHenry and Clarence. But it's going to be, Boyd Watch Live will be like a every once in a while kind of thing.
Increasing the stipulations based off the finish of the previous match. Or at any time, if it got
the Dairy
old,
Queen incident.
You could just cut it off. And now people think that booking is some kind of goddamn screenwriting, and everything has to be written, and every move and verb and everything has to be planned out ahead of time. No. Bookers, matchmakers were football coaches. They picked a team of talent that they knew or felt could draw money, and some underneath guys to get their ass kicked. And they put them in situations with each other where they gave them the instruction. You're mad at him because he said this, or you're mad at him because he did that. Go out. And the guys would, as Dutch Mantell says, run.
Remember the one guy, what was his name? Chris Champion was in a feud with somebody, and they got like 6 weeks worth of feud out of the fact that the guy had called Chris Champion's mother a liar one time.
In the play. And they would get the thing over with people. And the booker or the matchmaker would call a finish that was designed to have some fluke or quirk or whatever that would naturally lead to a rematch that the people would want to see their hero with a fair chance to get even. And somehow he would always have stumbling blocks put in his path until finally the ultimate stipulation to take care of all the problems that he's been having would come about, and he'd win.
Yes, from New Breed.
That's matchmaking. You get people that can draw money, that can get over as heels or baby faces. You expose them on television and establish them and play to their strengths and give them something to talk about and something to do that people will give a shit about, and let them do it. And then you book matches against those people with, you're either building someone for later or you want them to have a program. So you come up then with finishes to lead to stipulations, to lead to rematches that people also might care about, and that's what makes the world go round. And it's on and on and on. You can't have fucking 8 matches all with goddamn ridiculous story.
If you're asking if this guy would qualify for Boyd, the first video I look at is called "Someone is Frantically Knocking at My Door Today." Yeah, that's pretty Boyd. Second one is "Trespasser Caught in 4K." Yeah, this is definitely would qualify as Boyd. Thanks, man.
Lines and stipulations, or you've got a goddamn mess. But you can't have 8 just bland, cold matches with name versus name, regardless of how great workers they are. Because then nobody gives a shit. Because personal issues draw money.
True.
You have a wrestling card where you start out with wrestling and you get a little fancier and a little bigger and a little more star power along the way up until finally you got 3 or 4 matches with some type of story behind it and 1 or 2 clear main events out of those 3 or 4 matches. And you pay the guys on top more than you pay the guys on the bottom.
This is like, it's so, it seems so simple when he talks about it, but it's like, I just love the art of booking and matchmaking.
It's like you pay the goddamn janitor a little bit less than you pay the fucking CEO in charge of the whole company. And the extras in the movies.
I saw Wojak talking about 31 Monstar. That might be a good time, like a good place for us to drop in on Wojak, because he's got like 3 videos, I think, now about 31 Monstar.
Paid a little bit less than the star. But one of the...
Yeah, they don't... I mean, being normal or whatever doesn't really matter for Boyd. I mean, like, Flexum is about as normy as it gets, or Flora, or some of the other people like that.
These days, the extra can be a star if he's in enough movies. That's how this shit worked. It's not that fucking difficult. They've mucked it up and made it so ridiculous and complicated that now booking to people means, well, I didn't like the way they booked that match because he did 3 arm drags. Like a booker would ever... I don't know how long it was after I got in the business before I heard a booker specifically instruct someone in a match I was in to do a specific move. And that's only because it was part of the fucking... the whole point of the finish.
Well, maybe not everybody likes to be part of the to be part of Boyd Watch.
So it's not about and as far as the storylines being
the Monstar 30, the 31 Monstar thing definitely has me tuned in to Wojak.
Wrapped up or dropped or whatever.
I even made a community post about it a while back.
The reason the storylines got started was not because somebody pitched I think this would be so cool if we do this. Or
that's what Jimmy thinks too, is that the tarot card readers stole his life story.
We could be the first people to have this kind of match in this country. Or wow, wouldn't it be great that Uncle Dave might give us a bunch of stars if we have this kind of match? It was, how can I make these motherfuckers sell tickets? That's all.
In terms of just the booking, would you have preferred for Smoky Mountain Wrestling to have been a weekly territory as opposed to pretty much every month you would go to Knoxville or different towns? Would you have preferred would it have been easier or harder for you if it was every week?
Well, oh God, easier or harder for me. Here's the thing. It would have been easier to book in terms of we had to do, because of the expense of television, we had to do 4 weeks of TV at most. A lot of TVs were 3, but a lot of TVs were 4. 3 to 4 weeks of television in one taping. When you're doing that, so as not to reveal anything ahead of time, you have to leave holes for VTRs to be put in of shit that hadn't happened yet. But you at the same time have to give your announcers enough of a fucking idea of what's going to happen that they can vaguely refer to it on the tape that you're doing, even though it hadn't happened yet. And then you got to go through that whole thing, and that is difficult. At the same time, if we'd have had a weekly live television, it would have been great for being easier to book and easier to keep up with and only having to do one show at a time, etc. But your problem also there is running weekly towns in that day and age. That was at a point where even Memphis wasn't drawn with that history behind it. You couldn't get them out every week anymore. And we probably, if we'd have run Knoxville weekly instead of monthly on our average Knoxville shows, not the big major blowout shows, but just the average Knoxville house show, we probably, if we'd have run weekly, would have done almost as many people as we did for the monthly show, because those were the people that were there to see any wrestling that was presented right? They were going to go to every show, our regulars. But the problem is that it wasn't worth any. By the time that we did a regular show in Knoxville, it was a break-even proposition because of the rent and the expense and the blah, blah, blah. On the big shows like Night of Legends or Super Bowl or Sunday Bloody Sunday or whatever, we could walk out of there $20,000 and in the black. But to just have had the regular amount of people, we would have either broke even and.
Isn't it interesting? And I know there's tons of indie companies where this is true, but I mean, like Smoky Mountain was a pretty big company. ECW was a pretty big company. Like the days of when you had to run it like a business, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Instead of being like having just, because I mean, Rick Rubin was funding it, but he wasn't going to give it an infinite amount of money like Tony Khan gets, but just like actually running it, not as like this like, entertainment, whatever, but like actually running it just like as a territory, as a business is just fascinating to me, especially in that time.
Done a lot more work or lost more money.
Why'd they draw him with so much chest hair? It really stands out too, the way they drew it.
I mean, the thing about the weekly territories was before we ran.
I feel the same way about the wrestlers. Like, yeah, they wanted to be a star in the sense that they wanted to be a big name in wrestling, but like, I don't think a lot of them saw like it as like a stepping stone to making it to, but realistically of like making it to Hollywood or whatever. So they actually like, wrestling was like a job, not like a, influencer type job like it is now.
And them all off. We had them. It had taken people years to establish those territories back in the distant prehistory of the fucking 40s and 50s. And they kept them going weekly for decades. And then all of a sudden, the wrestling business decided it was too big for its britches in 1988, and in 3 or 4 years, ran every single territory out of business, and we ran those fans off when the same wrestlers 3 or 4 years later came back to the same towns and ran in the same buildings. Nobody wanted to go to see it because they'd seen the business had been exposed. They'd seen the cartoon stuff. They lost. The 90s was lost for 10 years from 88 until the Attitude Era. The old fans went away because they felt put upon and lied to, and they found something else to do, and they got a bad taste in their mouth about wrestling. And the wrestling that was being presented almost everywhere, WWF, WCW, was not making any new fans. When we started Smoky Mountain, we were able to get a decent portion of the fans that existed in that area to come back, but not nearly all of them. And, it just, the whole economics of the business changed because even during the Attitude Era, as hot as wrestling was, nobody was running even monthly in any city in America, much less weekly. It was, yeah, we're hot in New York this week. We're hot in Chicago this week. We're hot in Los Angeles this week. But they weren't even running the Garden more than 2 or 3 times a year. So it was a whole different thing. Wrestling was hot nationally, but it wasn't as hot in any specific part of the country that it had been during any time that the territories were hot.
One final question. Jerry Jarrett was certainly a booking genius.
Yes.
Do you consider Lawler a good booker or not?
I consider Lawler a good booker for himself.
Right, but as someone who was in charge of a whole territory for months at a time.
No. And but here's the thing with the King. Dundee was a much better booker for the territory, even though Lawler drew more money. Dundee was a workaholic. Dundee would show up first thing at Jarrett's house at the office after trips every morning. Dundee, agonized over it. Dundee worked his ass off in every and then he went out there and worked as hard in the ring as anybody else on the card. That was him. Lawler was like, his thing was he would literally write the format for the Memphis TV show that was live on Channel 5 on Saturday morning in front of 300,000 people in the car with the dome light on the way back from the Friday night spot show back to Memphis with Jerry Calhoun or somebody driving. And I mean, I've probably got a few of his formats around here. It was just, he'd have it in his head. But it would be Brian versus Jim, Seg 1, Seg 2, interview Jimmy Hart, Seg 3, Lawler versus so-and-so, an interview. And then what he would do is he'd get there at 10 o'clock, an hour before we went on the air, if we were lucky, because all he had to do was drive down Walnut Grove Road, and he'd call Seg 1 into the bathroom where he dressed, and he'd give him Seg 1. Here's what you're going to do and say, kind of. The idea is what you're going to say, and the finish, what you're going to do, and how much time you might have. Then he brings Seg 2 in while he's putting his boots on. And then he brings Seg 3 in. It was the most laid back. And I mean, just like Guy Coffey used to say, $1 million business run like a flea market.
See you later,
Virginia.
It was
run by the seat of his pants. It was natural to him. And he's the person who never gets upset. I've said so many times, if he's playing cards in a dressing room, they come in and said, King, the arena's on fire. Well, guess this have to be the last hand. So, and Jerry's also, he couldn't say no to people. When people would call him and ask him if they could come in the summer of 1983, there was 40 guys in the Memphis territory.
Wow.
And the opening match one night at the Midside Coliseum was a 10-man tag. And everybody got $50. But the thing is, Jarrett would take it away from him, because he'd say, fuck, I could have spent $100 for an opening match. Instead, I spent $500. And what the fuck? Nobody gave a shit anyway, because it's a 10-man tag with 10 of 40 guys in the territory. Lawler would just let you starve and leave on your own. And then
I always remember him talking about that. I think he talks about it in one of the monthly Memphis schedule things, too.
We hate to see you go, but I got to go somewhere.
So how do you think it would have worked out in 83 if you really had a war? If you really had Jarrett and his biggest strength, which was his booking with Bill Dundee, against Lawler and Lance Russell, where their biggest strength was the star power of Jerry Lawler.
And the TV.
What do you think would have happened?
I've said this before. It killed them both. Lawler would have, if Lawler and Lance had gone with him, then they could have gotten a TV show on any station in Memphis. And Jarrett, I doubt, would have rolled over without a fight, although Channel 5 may not have been happy that they lost Jerry Lawler and Lance Russell. They still had to deal with Jerry Jarrett for a television program. But what I've thought would happen is that Louisville and Evansville and Lexington and Nashville would have been mostly unchanged, except the houses would have gone down with no Lawler. Jarrett would have still been running in all those towns using the TV that he shot in Memphis, and I don't think that Lawler, if they could have even got TV in Louisville and those other towns, like Jarrett already had with the Memphis show, if they could have got their Memphis show on those stations, which I don't think they probably could have done, I don't know how that would have gone, but Jarrett would have lost Memphis sooner than later, because without Lawler, whatever Lawler did in Memphis would have muddied the water and taken over the whole thing there. So in the end, everyone would have suffered. Jerry Lawler was not a great businessman, and Lance Russell, I don't think, was getting involved to be the guy running the business. It would have hurt everybody, is what it would have done. So it was best that they worked everything out and stayed together, because then there was no interruption.
That would have been crazy, like Lawler versus Jarrett in the same territory.
In the Memphis TV at all. All the towns remained intact, and they went on to do even bigger business for the next few years than they had done. But it would have fucked everything up eventually, because Lawler needed Jarrett's business structure. Jarrett needed his top star. Lance was very important to either side, especially in getting television in Memphis. But, you know, sooner or later, everybody would have lost out. And Lance was almost retirement age at that point. He didn't want to start driving around 400 miles to Louisville every week. So it's best that everything stayed the way that it was. But in the meantime, there was a lot of extra guys that needed to be ousted. But that was the thing. Lawler he's just a laid back guy, and he didn't want to it's natural to him. It's for the people that it's just natural to be able to do promos, he was the best ring general. Talk about the best booker. Bill Dundee was one of the best finish guys that I ever worked with. Jerry Jarrett was one of the best booking minds. Dusty was so creative and had all those Eddie Graham and, you know, fucking legendary finishes to draw from. But Lawler was the best guy at just being himself and also at calling a match in the ring with anybody to suit their style and could still get them over. Nick Bockwinkel said Jerry Lawler was the best ring general he'd been in the ring with. Imagine that. How much fucking territory that took in.
Nick Bockwinkel, synchronicity, since he's been in the news recently. That guy from AEW saying nobody remembers Nick Bockwinkel.
But even me, Jimmy Hart, whoever it was, you could be in the ring with Lawler, and if you just somehow heard and picked up on that voice that he telepathically inserted into your head without really talking to you, telling you what to do, you'd be okay.
That's one of the interesting things about what would have potentially been in 1983 a wrestling war. You would have had Jimmy Hart on one side and Jim Cornette on the other. Right?
That would have been interesting. Yes, I would have been over there in the Jarrett and Dundee camp at that point.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't even know how to explain the difference between matchmaking and what they call modern booking any more than that. But that's what
I think that was pretty insightful. I've watched this video like a million times though. I'm going to go though. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will be back with more Memphis wrestling next Friday, I'm pretty sure. But I'm taking this afternoon off. I'm going to meet up with Bethadone. We're going to get a pre-rehab final check-in. Hopefully she really goes to rehab this time. But thank you for hanging out. I do greatly appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you soon.